I was 12 years old and staying with my parents at a hotel in Dallas. I was in the adjoining room. At some point in the evening, I got a call on my hotel phone and answered it. A man claiming to be hotel security told me to unlock the door so they could do a security check. I told them okay and hung up. I went to see my folks' room, and I told them to unlock their doors so security could check on them. Clearly, my folks were upset. They explained that the door locks were there to protect me. Later that night, I woke to a pulling on the door. It was creepy as fuck. I was playing at the end of the trailer park, and a guy pulled up in a convertible. He said he knew my mom and held up a Polaroid across the front seat. I saw that the lady didn't have the right hair color, and I said so. He got frustrated and insisted I should come closer to be sure. I said, "No, I'm actually going to get lunch now, sorry." He gave me a fake smile and left, so I turned around. My neighbor, who later again saved my life quite literally, was walking up with an odd expression and her purse. I found out later that she had a gun in there and that there was a serial killer killing young boys in the city for about 3 years around then. I was really into hitchhiking in California many years ago. 99% of the drivers were super cool and I made great memories. And then about 1 in 100 drivers were creepy. Creepy as fuck. And just really weird. So many crazy stories. The craziest and creepiest was on a month-long hitchhiking trip up and down the 101. In the middle of the night, I got picked up by a van. Almost immediately when I entered the car, I got some yellow flags. Trash everywhere, a rancid stank, and the guy was morbidly and visually unclean. I tried to make a little small talk and introduced myself as usual, but he didn't respond. Just kept driving. Red flag number 1 was the first thing this dude said to me in a dead-ass serious tone. It was, "Haven't been a lot of murders this year, have there?" I nervously laughed and started thinking about an exit plan. Red flag number 2 was I realized the van doors had been locked and the locks had been cut off. They were the pop up and down door locks, and they were just chopped down, so I couldn't unlock the door. I started freaking out a little bit, and he was also driving really fast. I ended up faking like I was sick and about to throw up. I got him to pull over, but he didn't turn off the car or unlock the doors. I frantically climbed back into the back of the van and jimmied the trunk open. I then sprinted into the forest. Still gives me chills to think about that encounter to this day. 100% the creepiest encounter of my life. Dude had such an angry yet quiet energy about him. Unfortunately, I was far from home, so technically had to hitchhike back. After I ran into the woods, I was so freaked out because I thought that he might run after me. He didn't drive away, just stalled on the side of the highway. So I just kept running deeper into the redwoods, frantically trying to find a house. I ended up running into a property, finally, and there was a half-finished house and some dude smoking a cigar. He calmed me down and made me some soup, told me I could sleep under his partially finished house, which was funny since it was pretty much just a few boards and no roof. In the morning, I helped him nail a few planks, and then we headed back to the highway, still a little shook from the night. After that last trip, I never hitchhiked again. I came home and was like, yep, I'm good. Hitchhiking is fun to some degree, but there's always a percentage of serious danger. And these days, it's only grown bigger. This encounter was in early 2000s, so the dude might still be out there, cruising for hitchhikers. Looking back on it and really thinking about everything, it feels almost obvious I either ran into an actual serial killer or a wannabe one. When I was 9, I was in Kmart with my uncle in the television section. Remember when Kmart had all those separate rooms for the TVs and big electronics? It was a Saturday morning, and he sat me and my little sister down and told us to watch the cartoons on the TVs while he hunted down a salesperson. Not 2 minutes after he was gone, we were approached by 2 men, and they tried everything to lure us out. We were petrified and didn't say a word. They finally lifted my sister to carry her out and were reaching for me when my sister peed on one of the guys. He dropped her and she started crying. My uncle heard her and came running. The guys bolted. I still think about that all the time. We were so lucky that day. I once found 3 burnt matches on my kitchen counter. I lived alone and had never lit a match in my entire life. I didn't even own matches. When I was about 6 years old, this would have been around 1990, I was riding my big wheel bike down a block in the DC suburb. The way our street was situated, at the end of the block was the entrance to an alleyway. It took you behind all of the houses. I would frequently turn down the alley and go behind our house and enter through our back gate. As I got toward the end of the block, a car was coming, and I stopped and waved my hand, indicating that they could go ahead. I would wait for them to pass. The driver in the car refused to go, motioned for me to go instead. So I went ahead and entered the alley. I got about halfway up the alley, not quite to my house, when someone grabbed me from behind. It was the driver, and she was pissed. She turned into the alley after me, drove down, parked her car in the middle of the alley, and gotten out. She yanked me by the arm and screamed in my face, "Don't you ever use police signals with me." I immediately began sobbing. I ran to my house and told my parents. By the time they ran out the back door, the driver was gone. I'm 38 now, and I still think about it. My son and I live on a ground floor apartment. The unit isn't ideal. I would have preferred one on a higher level, but those are 2 or 3 bedroom apartments. Bigger, more expensive ones, way out of my price range. It was a miracle I barely got us into this one with my income. Rent in Denver is astronomical, and I don't make enough to be able to save much after bills. To compensate for my day job's pay, I had to get a night one. Usually this gets me home by 4. I've learned to function off of a few hours of sleep and converted my religious views from agnostic to coffee. I love it almost as much as I love my son. Hell, coffee allows me the ability to be a good mom. It's kept my mind sharp and engaged. Who's tired? Not me. But in all seriousness, I've been on this schedule for 6 months, and it's all started to creep up on me. I thought I was slowly starting to lose my mind. The tiny little hallucinations I'd experienced, they were all part of sleep deprivation. I got used to the shadow people standing in my peripherals, hearing disembodied voices. At the beginning, I'd have to verbally remind myself they're not real, I'm just tired. But eventually I could ignore them like I did the other interlopers I'd walk past on the sidewalk. A few nights ago, I got home from work and saw someone looking in my son's bedroom window. That's what I thought. It faces out the back of our apartment, and there's a tall bush that almost touches the glass. The path I take from the parking lot leads me around the side of the apartment, and I saw them standing in between the bush and the wall. But when I did a double take, the figure standing there was gone. I deduced it to being another shadow man that I'd got close to catching a peek at. In my foggy brain, it was humorous, but after getting whatever small amount of sleep I got, I remembered the slow shadow man, and it didn't strike me as funny anymore. While my son ate breakfast, I decided to go outside and take a look around. I'm glad I did. I found a pair of big footprints under my son's window. I'd say they were work boots based on the shape and size and tread. When I went back inside, I went into his room and pulled up the blinds to see that the wood frame of his window looked like its alignment was off. Like one side was pushed up a smidge more than the other. The window opened straight up and down like a ghillie. It's heavy, too. My son knows not to touch the window. So I went back outside, this time with a kitchen chair. I'm pretty short, and I needed to get a better view of the outside window pane. The bush outside had done its fair share of scratching, nicks on the glass and the paint closest to its reach. As I was about to step off the chair back down to the dirt, I used the wood pane to balance my movement, and it was by sheer coincidence that my finger brushed across an exceptionally prominent scrape in the wood. It was deep, and the wood was splintered. I climbed back onto the chair and looked at where my hand had just been. I don't know how I missed it with my first scan, but when I looked again, there were clear indications that someone had tried to jimmy the window open with something sharp. Had these been there before we moved in, or did it just happen the night before? I don't believe the person I saw when I came home was a figment of my imagination. I think I caught someone in the act of trying to break into my 8-year-old son's bedroom in the middle of the night. I didn't want to scare him or let him know anything was wrong, but I needed to know if he'd seen or heard anything out of the ordinary. So I asked him, was it loud when the shrub outside his window sways around in the wind against the window? And this I can't explain past a mother's bond with her son, but I swear we had some sort of telepathic thing going on, because when he moved his eyes that were fixed on his breakfast up to me, his whole expression acted as if I'd stumbled upon a little secret of his, and he just looked at me with his eyebrows all raised but didn't say anything. So I asked, what's wrong? And he just started crying. He told me about how he thought the plant was talking to him, that it sounded like Elmo. Its branches would scrape up against the glass and ask him to come out and play, but he'd always say that he couldn't, that he had to go back to bed. How many times had this happened? I asked. He put up his pointer finger, adding that the bush wouldn't talk to him in the daytime. Then he says he figured out that it was a man, and he just started renting the bushes to live in. All of this seemed like it checked out well and good for my son, but the man continued to tap on the window. Now not behind a disguise, but as a new neighbor who didn't have any friends. My son still refused, so the guy started asking if he could come into the apartment to hang out. He tells the man, I'll have to ask my mom, but that made the guy so angry that he put a knife up to the window, showing it to my son. When my son tells me what he said, the cute adolescent mispronouncing of words he's never heard puts me in a cold sweat, because it's like, in my head I'm going, I know what you're trying to say, but I can't believe that's actually what you're saying. He used cuss words and said that if I tell anyone he's there, he'll boochar my mom when she leaves for work. Mom, what does boochar mean? I enunciated the difficult tch sound and asked, do you mean butcher? He nods his head yes. He couldn't remember how long the man had been visiting his window. He'd been trying to pretend like he was asleep, staying very still when the guy would arrive, but he can hear him messing with the window every night until he wakes up again. I was distraught and heartbroken that I'd put my son in such a scary situation. It would have only been a matter of time until that guy found a way inside. Even more scary is that he knows my schedule. He knew my son was alone in the apartment. He'd been watching me leave for work every night. I called in sick, kept him home from school that day. I was embarrassed and I didn't want him telling the teachers the story. I got in contact with a police officer who came over and inspected the window and the bush. They found remnants of someone being there, a meth pipe. a knife. The discovery made me sick to my stomach. They said that they'd be sending patrol cars out to check on the apartment throughout the week, but I wasn't going to risk leaving my son there anymore. I considered borrowing a gun, waiting for the man to show up again. But I knew that would only incite more trauma for my son, especially if I had to pull the trigger. So for the last week, our new schedule has consisted of him going to work with me, sleeping in the back seat of the car until my shift is over. Every night I park in full view of our security cameras, and I'm always walking outside to check. He knows if there's ever an emergency, he can run in at any time. Thankfully, though, he's been able to sleep throughout the night. This alternative routine, it puts a ton more work on me, trying to get us both up and ready. But it's worth it if it's going to keep my son safe. Right now, I'm just trying to take it day by day. I don't really have a plan past this one. I know sleeping in the car isn't the best for him, but it's our only option, at least until I can think of something better. Any suggestions would be appreciated. I've seen a man hit a woman as they were in their car, which had pulled off the side of the road onto the shoulder. I'd stopped to make a left turn as I witnessed this. I'm the type of lady who will help out another woman in a time of need. I'll stand up for her, even knowing that domestic violence situations are volatile. This woman had been sitting in the back seat of a beat-up old car, while the man punched her head. By the time I pulled my truck onto the side street and parked it, I could see him leaning over the driver's seat and pummeling something. His fists were flying as the F-bombs exploded. I crossed the intersection and then belted out, "Hey, cuz," a term we use in Hawaii for a guy you don't know. "What the do you think you're doing?" I have a set of lungs that can be heard 50 miles away, I've been told. This caught him off guard for a moment and he stopped punching. He looked at me and said that he was looking for something in the back seat. I said, "No way, cuz. I was watching you from the time that I pulled across the street." It was about this time that the woman in the back seat sat up. Her face was bloodied, and I could tell that her nose was broken. The guy said this was none of my business and to leave them alone. I walked to the back door of the car and opened it. I'm 5'4" and 115 pounds. The punk guy looked the same as me. The young woman in the back seat was even more petite. I figured he only had his fists and mouth for weapons. Me too, along with a 16-ounce hammer that I shoved in the back of my shorts that he couldn't see. I motioned for the girl to get out of the car. I needed my hands free in case this guy decided to test his luck in punching me. She slowly made her way out. The guy kept screaming at her to get in the car and that it was none of my business. I calmly told him that I'd been the girl in the back seat before, and it was my business now. He fled the scene with the back door of the car flailing open. Not before I got the license plate number, though. I talked with the girl as I helped her into my truck, drove her to the hospital. There was a language barrier. She spoke no English, and I spoke no Filipino. So I kept saying everything will be better. I offered her my cell phone to call family before I left her at the emergency room. I also called 911 so the police could get that guy. I read that he was arrested a few days later. I never knew what brought on the abuse. I just knew what I saw, and I was not going to allow that young woman to be beaten up by a guy for any reason, nor will I ever. When I got to my friend's home much later than I said and told him what happened, he just looked at me like I was crazy. I'm the first to admit that I am, partially. For intervening, he said, I should have just dialed 911. Perhaps I should have, but that girl could have ended up dead in a lava tube somewhere, instead of the emergency room. So, much aloha to you all, and always, always look to the light. This was a long time ago, about 25 years ago. I had tree trimmers out at my house for the last 2 days. I lived alone at the time. I did have the presence of mind to set out some men's shoes on the porch, but after being there for 2 days, for someone who was paying attention, it was pretty obvious I was a single woman. The night the crew finished up, I was upstairs in bed. It was late, around 1 a.m. My car was in the driveway. My bedroom light was on, so it was obvious someone was home. I was in bed reading when I heard a noise downstairs. It was a familiar noise, but I couldn't quite place it. I laid there listening and heard it again, followed by the sound of things falling onto the floor. It hit me then what the noise was. One of my window screens being pushed open, followed by books that I had lined up along the windowsill, falling. I was totally frozen in fear for a minute, just laying there, all of my senses on high alert. Then I heard another thumping noise, what I assume was the sound of feet landing on the wooden floor. There was someone in my fucking house. That's when I grabbed the bat that I had next to the bed, and I grabbed the phone. This was before cell phones, back in the times of landlines and cordless phones, and that's when I realized I'd left the cordless downstairs. I locked my bedroom door and started screaming that I knew they were in there, that I had a gun, and I was on the phone with the police. I proceeded to pretend like I was on the phone with 911. I opened my bedroom window and removed the screen, getting it ready in case I had to jump out my window. I don't know if it was me opening the window, maybe my screaming, but something set off my neighbor's dog. They started barking and moving around, which turned on the motion sensor lights in my neighbor's backyard. I went to stand at my door with my ear pressed against it listening, still continuing my fake 911 conversation. It was an old house with wood, creaky stairs, so if they started up the stairs, I'd hear them. It was dead silent. And then I heard scuffing noises, the sound of the window downstairs rattling, followed by the sound of someone running beneath my bedroom window. Something scared him off, and he jumped back out the same window he came in. I went to my window and looked out, but I couldn't see anything. Whether it was me yelling that I was armed, pretending like the police were on their way, or the dogs, I'll never know. I had to get the cordless phone to call the police. I knew where it was, sitting on the kitchen table. I stood there listening for a long, long time, fucking terrified. I really thought that I might have a heart attack. I was shaking. My heart was beating fast. I had so much adrenaline running through my body. Finally, I unlocked my door, had my bat at the ready, and crept down the stairs, into the kitchen, grabbed the phone, and then I took off, running up the stairs. I locked the door and called 911, waiting until they arrived. I walked with them while they inspected the house. The window in the study was standing open, the screen removed. Books I'd had lined up along the window were scattered on the ground. It was damp out, and there were bits of dirt and leaves on the floor from someone's shoes. Outside the window was a step stool taken from my garage. I'll never forget seeing the bits of leaves and mud on the floor. It was proof that someone had actually been in my house. He'd been standing in my study. He knew I was home when he made entry. One of the first things the cops asked was if I'd had any work done on the house recently. Tree trimmers. I'm sure it was one of them. They'd been around for 2 days, long enough to get the general idea of the house layout and to ascertain I was a single female. I was so scared after that to stay in my house. I felt so incredibly lucky he got scared off, but what if he came back? I felt violated, and I was angry. I spent the next few months either staying with my mom or having someone stay at the house with me. The only reason that window was unlocked was because the lock was broken. I had that fixed, and for extra insurance, I put nails in it so that they would block the window from being opened. I would have installed a security system, but I simply couldn't afford it at the time. The company was contacted, but there was no proof that it was anyone from their crew, so there wasn't a whole lot that anyone could do. Anyway, that was terrifying to me. To be a young woman alone in her house at night and hearing someone climb through a window, it makes you feel incredibly vulnerable. I'm very, very lucky. If I hadn't been awake, I wouldn't have heard him, and things may have ended very differently. I happened to be driving back home in the country region of my home state when I came across an accident that had possibly happened within the last 15 minutes. There was another car parked nearby, so I assumed that they had stopped to help as well. But as I checked the site to triage the victims, I couldn't see anyone else who was checking victims. I had already called for an ambulance and police, and they arrived almost together. I told the cops that there was 1 fatality and 3 injured, and he said that the ambulance guys went to get the injured out first. As I was helping them extract 1 injured girl from her car, I noticed the door was open on the front passenger side, but no one was in the seat. The seatbelt had been cut away. I looked to see if there was a trail, and I could see traces of blood heading away from the car. I told one of the cops, and we started to follow the trail. As we ran along, we could hear a girl crying out, so we knew she was injured. She'd probably run away in shock. We finally broke through the bushes into a small clearing and stopped. We couldn't believe what was happening. There were 2 men with her, and they were trying to get her clothes off. But she still had enough strength to resist them. As the cop called out for them to stop, I ran forward and punched the person nearest to me with a very hard punch to the side of his head. He went down and didn't move as I turned to the second one, but the cop had already had him and was calling for backup. As he went to get the one that I'd punched, I asked him if I could get a minute alone with the other one, who was now in handcuffs. He looked at me with a real serious look, told me that he could do in 15 seconds with his truncheon what I could do with him in a minute. I left it to him and went to the girl who was shivering and sobbing in shock. I gave her my jacket to wear. Other cops arrived and grabbed the 2 men and dragged them away. I stayed with the girl until the paramedics arrived. As I made my way back to the accident site, I could hear the satisfying sound of the 2 men crying out. I know my story is not uncommon. It's one most of you have heard or experienced in one form or another, but to me, it's still the most terrifying thing that I've ever endured in my 40 years on this planet, and it all started with a boy. My life started pretty great. I was fairly popular in high school, loads of friends, a wonderful high school sweetheart, loving parents. I kinda had it all. And then I went to college on the other side of the country, where I didn't know a soul. That was fine. I saw it as an adventure, the idea of meeting new people, starting new relationships. It was exciting. I met Eric at a homecoming party my freshman year. He was a sophomore, and right away, we had that spark thing going on. He was handsome, charming, funny, intelligent, one of those whole package deals. We developed a pretty serious relationship over the next several months, and as much as I look for them, I really can't pinpoint any red flags from those early years. Some guys are smooth like that. What can I say? We stayed together for my entire 4 years at college. He got a job in the city when he graduated, and I moved in with him a year later after my own graduation. We got married later that same year, and then things started to change. Eric had a very specific idea of what a marriage should look like, even if he never showed a hint of them in our 4-year courtship. We flew home for the holidays, but we spent all of our time with his family, while I was lucky to spend a few hours with my own. There was always some reason that I couldn't visit them without him. Same with my friends. He hated most of them because they were a bad influence, but I was so blindly in love that I convinced myself he was right. He loved me so much that he just couldn't bear us to be apart. He only wanted the best for me. All that usual bullshit. Love is a dangerous thing, kids. It blinds you in a way that makes you believe you're seeing clearly for the first time. It's all lies. Your brain is tricking you. The first time he hit me was after a work party at his boss's lake house. I made a random, off-the-cuff joke during dinner. I don't remember what the hell it was, but I had no clue that it upset Eric until we were on our way home. As soon as we got in the car, his demeanor completely changed. He went rigid with tension, and his face pursed like someone biting into a rotten lemon. I tried to ask what was wrong, but he wouldn't speak. He just sat there, white-knuckling the steering wheel until we got home. Once we were inside, he started picking apart every move I'd made, every word I'd said that evening. In his mind, I'd embarrassed him. I'm sorry, but I'm a fucking delight at parties. I have a lot of faults, we all do, but socializing was kind of my specialty before the PTSD. More than anything, I was confused. I didn't realize how serious he was because it sounded so absurd. And then I made some kind of sarcastic comment, and his hand flew at my face before I knew what was happening. After that, I was just in shock. This is something that happened to other women, less fortunate, underprivileged women, not me. When I look back, it amazes me how naive I was, but I genuinely did grow up with a semi-charmed kind of life mentality, if you'll excuse the corny reference. Well, you all know how this goes. He was so sorry the next day. He cried like a baby, showered me with extravagant gifts. For the next week or so, he treated me like a princess, and I wrote off the incident. He was, after all, under an extraordinary amount of stress at work, and other excuses were made, I'm sure. Then it happened again. I didn't clean the kitchen or forgot to wash the shirt that he wanted to wear that day. There's really no telling. But this time, I had a black eye and a busted lip. Eric wove a tapestry of regret and remorse with his golden tongue, and I forgave him because no matter what he had done, he loved me. We were meant to be together. I couldn't just throw everything away over a mistake, could I? Because love, like it's the end-all be-all to happiness. It makes me sick to think of it now, especially since it took another 5 years to stop drinking the Kool-Aid. The one thing I did get right is not having kids. Eric wanted them, badly, but I took birth control behind his back. It's not that I never wanted kids. It was more that I just didn't want them yet. I kept telling myself that we would wait until he was better, less stressed, back to his old self. Little did I realize, this was Eric being his normal self. I was on my 3rd trip to the ER. By the time I accepted, it would never change. By then, I'd done enough research to know that the cops couldn't help me. Not really. Not in a way that would make me safe. Eric was the kind of guy that would get released the next day and kill me before anyone did a damn thing to stop him. Instead, I told my parents everything and came up with a plan. Eric had a conference coming up that was 3 hours away, and he would be gone overnight. My parents rented a U-Haul and arrived at our house an hour after Eric left. We got all of my stuff packed in a couple of hours and took off. All day, I answered my phone like everything was normal. I told Eric how much I missed him and that I would have his favorite meal on the table when he got home. And then I turned my phone off for an hour before he actually returned. All of our social media accounts were shared, so I deleted them. I didn't want him to have any outlet where he could try to contact people, pretending to be me or whatever crazy idea he would come up with. When Eric couldn't reach me, he called my parents. My mom ignored the calls, but my dad was eager to speak with him. Their conversation was heated, to say the least. Eric was completely unhinged. He threatened to kill all of us if they didn't put me on a flight home that very night. Obviously, I wasn't going back. My family never believed in owning a gun, but my dad went out and borrowed one from a friend after that phone call. A week or two passed with no contact from Eric. I wasn't ready to drop my guard, but my parents were full of bully cliches. They're all cowards. Once you stand up to them, they go away. Yeah, that's usually true on the schoolyard, but it's definitely not a rule to live by. Crazy is crazy, and there's no reasoning with it. By then, I had fully accepted that Eric was legitimately crazy, and he proved me right by breaking into my parents' house while we slept. I woke up to him straddling me with one hand over my mouth and the other around my neck. His knees had my arms pinned, so all I could do was kick my legs, not that they did me any good. Eric put his mouth next to my ear and said that we were going home, that if I woke my parents, he'd kill them both. I was so afraid of him that if my dad hadn't borrowed that gun, I truly think that I would have gone quietly. But he would have never expected my parents, of all people, to be armed. I knew that would be a factor that he didn't account for. So I nodded my head like I would behave, and as soon as I was on my feet, I screamed bloody fucking murder. He was on me in a second, and I don't even remember feeling him hit me. There was just a flash of fists and then blackness. He beat me for several seconds, maybe a minute, before my dad shot him. When I woke up, I was surrounded by paramedics and police. Eric was dead. My parents were just as traumatized as me, especially my dad. He's truly the kindest, gentlest man. He's never even gone hunting, but now he'd taken a human life. Yes, it was necessary, and he's the first to defend that fact. But something like that changes you. It still weighs on him all these years later. I was in the hospital with a fractured jaw, a broken orbital socket, and 3 broken ribs. But we survived. That's all that matters. I've had a few relationships since, but nothing serious. I find I prefer to live life on my terms, and it works for me. So, that's my story. I tell it when I'm able because I hope anyone in similar circumstances will understand that people are who they are. You're not going to change them, no matter how strongly you might love them or how unique you feel your love or circumstances are. You will not be the exception to this rule. Move on while you still have a life to live. I don't usually travel alone, but this time I had no choice. A work-related trip, short notice, and hotels were either booked or way out of my budget. I found a cozy-looking Airbnb, just a small 1-bedroom with a private bath. The photos looked fine, the reviews were decent and recent, and the host had a good rating. It wasn't in a bad area either. Quiet, suburban, the kind of place where people walk their dogs in the morning and wave to their neighbors. From the moment I stepped inside, though, something felt off. It wasn't obvious. The place was clean. It felt bare, if anything. A bed, small table, a kitchenette, a single piece of artwork hanging above the bed, a bland, mass-produced print, the kind that you see in waiting rooms. The bathroom was tiny but functional. It wasn't the space itself that bothered me. It was just this nagging, persistent sensation that I was being watched. I did naturally try to shake it off. Of course, it just had to be nerves from staying in an Airbnb for the first time, something I'd never really done. Maybe it was just the unfamiliarity of being alone in a stranger's home. But the feeling, it wouldn't go away. I locked the door and did a quick check around the unit, looked out the window. The yard was empty. The street was quiet. I stepped outside just for a minute, glancing at the neighboring houses, checking for anything or anyone watching me. Nothing. Still, the unease lingered. By the time I got ready for bed, I couldn't stand it anymore. That suffocating awareness, like unseen eyes pressing in. I'd sort of hoped that maybe when I stepped into the bathroom it would disappear, but it was the same. I washed my face and brushed my teeth, but I opted to skip the shower. Eventually, I forced myself to go to bed. Nothing happened during the night, no noises, no disturbances, and yet as soon as morning came, the feeling was back, stronger. I didn't even bother with breakfast. I decided then and there that I wasn't staying another night. As I hurried to pack, I knocked something off the bedside table. It was just a pen, but when I bent down to pick it up, I saw something. Tiny glint of light. I froze. It was so brief, barely noticeable. A reflection from something. I stood up, scanning the room, but I saw nothing unusual. Still, my gut told me to look closer. So at that point, I was moving methodically, inspecting every surface, every object, and then my eyes landed on that framed print above the bed. Something about it didn't sit right with me. I reached up, lifted it off the wall, and there it was, a tiny camera, hidden behind the frame. It was obvious now. There was a hole in the poster, and this lens fit perfectly, but it blended into the photo masterfully. Of course, I felt sick. My entire body went ice cold as I stared at that little lens that had been watching me, recording me most likely. I don't remember much after that. I grabbed my bag, got the hell out of there, and reported everything to Airbnb. I don't know what happened to the listing or the host, other than it got removed, but I never got a follow-up. To this day, I wonder how many people stayed there before me, how many never realized they were being watched, and worst of all, how many more places like this are out there. One night, when I was about 15, I was babysitting for my friend who had gone out to the bar. I babysat for her all the time. My friend and her friend came home, my friend with her boyfriend, and her friend with some man that she'd met at the bar. My friend would usually have her boyfriend run me home as I only lived a block away, but that night he'd been drinking, so the other guy said that he would run me home. My friend absolutely refused and was adamant about it. Even though she was drinking herself, she insisted on taking me home, and she did so. Later that night, the guy whom my friend's friend had brought home left my friend's house, went to two of my classmates' residence, and murdered them both. He was a Marine stationed in my town, and now sits in prison for his crimes. I asked my friend why she so adamantly refused to allow him to drive me home. She said it was just a gut instinct. I firmly believe her gut instinct saved my life. If he'd have been allowed to take me home, I know that I would have been the one cut up and murdered that night. Look, I'll be the first to admit that I wasn't looking for anything serious. I'd just gotten divorced, moved back to my hometown, and wanted a little fun. Nothing complicated, no strings attached. And that's how I ended up seeing Luke, my friend's boyfriend's cousin. He was cute, had that country boy charm. He'd just broken up with his high school sweetheart a few months ago. I guess by broken up, I mean that she was still very much in the denial stage. I just didn't know that yet. I'd never heard of Krista before, but I'd learned later that everyone in town knew about her. She was the kind of ex that didn't believe in the word ex, the kind that shows up at your job unannounced, the kind that makes fake profiles to see what you're up to, the kind that, apparently, wasn't afraid of a little vehicular homicide. Again, I just didn't know that yet. Luke and I were doing what country people do, driving around aimlessly at night, windows down, music low, talking about everything and nothing. We weren't in a rush, just killing time. rolling through empty roads, when I noticed a car behind us, close behind. Luke, that car is... Before I could even finish my sentence, bam, the truck lurched forward. My seatbelt cut into my chest as my head snapped back against the headrest. My stomach dropped. What the hell? I gasped, turning around. It was Krista. And she wasn't just following us. She was chasing us. I remember Luke swearing under his breath and hitting the gas. His old truck wasn't built for high-speed chases, obviously, but that didn't stop him from trying. We whipped down the side street, but Krista stayed right behind us. Then, another hit. Bam. The impact sent us skidding sideways. My heart was pounding so hard, it felt like my ribs were rattling. I remember screaming at Luke, oh my God, what is she doing? Luke was gripping the wheel so tight his knuckles were white. Being fucking crazy, that's what, he responded. I fumbled for my phone, hands shaking as I dialed 911. It rang once, twice. No answer. You've got to be kidding me. I actually screamed at my phone. I tried again. Still nothing. Meanwhile, Krista hit us again. This time, hard enough that the tires screeched against the pavement. Luke, we have to go somewhere. The police station. Yes, go. Luke swerved onto the main road, and for the first time, I thought we might actually get away. Krista's car fell back just a little, but I wasn't about to celebrate yet. My entire body was buzzing with adrenaline. My hands ached from gripping the door handle like I could somehow hold myself in place if she hit us again. We finally pulled into the police station parking lot, and for the briefest, stupidest second I felt relief, until I looked around. No cars. No officers. No one. It was completely deserted. Are you fucking kidding me? I yelled, throwing my hands up, asking someone, where the hell are the cops? Luke slammed the truck into park, breathing hard. This is some horror movie shit. Then, bam, she hit us again. I let out a scream, more from frustration than fear at this point. I couldn't believe this was actually happening. Luke threw his door open, stepping out with the exhausted rage of a man who had absolutely had enough. Krista, stop, he shouted, marching towards her car. Her door flew open, and she was out in a second, her blonde hair wild, her eyes locked on me like a heat-seeking missile. Get out of the truck, Stephanie, she shrieked. I did not. I sat my ass firmly in that seat, clutching my phone like it was a weapon. Luke stepped between us, trying to keep her back. You need to calm the fuck down. I'll show you calm, you lying piece of shit. Just then, headlights flooded into the parking lot. A police car pulled in at what could only be described as the slowest possible speed for a person who had just witnessed an attempted murder via car. Krista barely noticed. She was still trying to get past Luke, arms swinging, voice shaking with rage. That was until two officers finally decided to do their damn job. The second Krista lunged again, they tackled her to the ground like she was a fullback going for a touchdown. I flinched as they pinned her down, her screams turning into a wailing mess of "get off of me" and "Luke, tell them I'm not crazy." Luke just stood there, hands on his hips, looking like he'd aged 5 years in one night. Eventually, the officers dragged her inside, locking her up for the night. Her mascara was streaked, her hair was a mess. She was still cursing my entire bloodline. I sat there in silence, feeling the weight of what just happened settle in. Then, out of nowhere, I just started laughing. Luke turned, giving me a look like, "Are you okay?" I shook my head, still laughing. "No, this is insane. She literally tried to kill us, and the police show up after we get battered like a frickin' piñata, and I don't know, it's crazy." He sighed, rubbing his face, telling me that it was fucking ridiculous. I leaned back, exhaling hard. Well, at least she's going to jail. For a little while, anyway. Because the next afternoon, my phone buzzed. It was my friend. Guess who bailed Krista out? I frowned at my screen. No way. But before my friend could even confirm, a second text came through from Luke. Sorry, I can't see you anymore, and I'm really sorry about last night. I dropped my phone on my lap and stared at it for a long time. And then I picked it back up and typed, So, when's the wedding? Luke sent back a laughing emoji. I don't think he realized I wasn't really joking. And yeah, they did eventually get married, which is fine. They totally deserve each other. I woke up to the feeling of being watched. You know the eerie sensation, the one that prickles at the back of your neck, tightens your chest a bit, forces your body into full alertness before your brain even catches up. That's what did it. No sound, no movement, just an instinct so raw and undeniable that it ripped me from sleep like a bucket of ice water to the face. My eyes flickered open, and for a second I thought I was dreaming. There was a man standing over me, a stranger. I wanted to scream. I wanted to move. I wanted to do anything other than lie there like a corpse. But my body refused to cooperate. Every muscle locked up, my breath caught in my throat, my heart hammering so hard that I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. Sleep paralysis. That's what I told myself. That had to be it. I'd read about it before, waking up frozen, hallucinating figures in the room, the sensation of being trapped in your own body. That's all this was. A bad dream, a glitch in my brain. But then he moved. A slow, deliberate tilt of his head as he looked down at me and got closer, like he was studying something fragile. I forced my eyes closed. That wasn't a hallucination. That wasn't my imagination. That was real, and I was completely helpless. I don't know how long he stood there, watching me. Maybe seconds, maybe minutes. Time didn't make sense in that moment. I kept my breathing slow and even, forcing myself to stay limp, praying that if he thought I was still asleep, he'd leave. Eventually, he did. He turned and walked out of my bedroom, and after a few agonizing moments, I heard my front door close. I opened my eyes. I don't know how long I stayed frozen, waiting, listening, barely daring to breathe. When I finally convinced myself he was gone, I shot up, scrambling for my phone with trembling hands. I had to call someone, the police, a friend, anyone. But something stopped me. I had to make sure I wasn't crazy, that my brain wasn't playing some sort of trick on me. So I got up, heart pounding, stepped out of my room, inching towards the kitchen like I expected him to still be there. The apartment was eerily silent. Nothing looked out of place. No doors had been forced open. No windows shattered. And my door was locked. But then I saw it, sitting on my kitchen table, placed so deliberately that there was no way I could have overlooked it before. A box cutter. Not mine. I stared at it, nausea rolling through my stomach. The realization hit me all at once, sending a cold shockwave through my body and fuzziness through my head. Someone had been in my apartment. He was real. And not only that, he'd left something behind. A weapon. I called the police. They took my statement, asked 100 questions, but I had no answers. I hadn't seen his face in the dark. I had no idea how he got in. There were no signs of forced entry, nothing stolen. But I wasn't the only one. A week later, the complex sent out an email. One of the maintenance workers had been fired for letting himself into apartments without permission. They never gave his name, never admitted what he'd done, just a vague corporate apology and a promise that he was no longer employed with them. Well, I never slept in that apartment again. Several years ago, on an exceptionally cold winter night, my husband was working late. This was unusual, and it left me alone in our nearly empty apartment building with our newborn son. Our unit was the only one occupied in the entire building. Everyone else had moved out for renovations, and we were supposed to follow in a few weeks once our new place was ready. It was eerie sometimes, but I'd grown used to it, telling myself it was temporary and I liked the quiet. Our front door had a lock, but it was flimsy, nothing more than a deadbolt that didn't quite latch, leaving a gap that could probably be forced with a hard shove. I'd meant to call the landlord about it, but with the baby, there was always 100 things demanding my attention. Besides, the building's outer downstairs was deadbolted, so I thought that we were safe enough. But that night, as I was settling into the couch and my son cradled in my arms, I heard it. A shuffle, a scrape on the stairs. I froze, heart pounding, every nerve on high alert. I knew my husband wouldn't be home yet. The sound grew louder, coming up the steps slowly, deliberately. The walls of the building were thin, and I could hear every creak of the wood, every breath of movement. And then there was a knock at my door. Not a friendly, quick knock. This was slow and heavy, like someone was testing the door, waiting for a response. I held my breath, instinctively pulling my son closer. The knock came again. This time, a voice accompanied it, muffled but clear enough to send chills down my spine. "Let me in," they said quietly, drawing out each word. "Let me in." I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. My mind was racing. I didn't have my phone immediately on me. It was on the other side of the room. So with my son cradled in my arms, I decided to quickly but quietly make my way there, hoping that he wouldn't stir or make a sound. On my way, there was that voice again, almost irritated and louder this time. "Why won't you just fucking let me in? Why won't you let me in?" The words, the way he said them, they made my bones hurt. I couldn't see him, but I could hear him. He was close, just on the other side of that door. My mind raced through the options, but there weren't very many. I snuck into my son's room. He was still sound asleep. I gently wrapped him in a blanket, placed him in his crib, and then I pressed my back against his door, wedging myself between it and the wall, bracing my feet on the opposite surface. I pushed with all of the strength that I had, hoping I added enough pressure to keep the man out. He wasn't inside, but I knew that that front door lock wouldn't keep him out if he tried. I could hear him struggling for the lock. I could hear that he was still talking, but what he was saying I wasn't sure. Probably just more "let me in." I closed my eyes and I was willing myself to stay silent. I decided, you know what, 911. My husband texted me that he had already called 911. I decided in the last minute that I was going to speak loudly. So when they answered, I said, "I need help. Someone's trying to break into my apartment. Please come quickly." I told them, "Yes, I'm on the top floor. Please hurry." The rattling of the doorknob stopped. Silence filled the air, thick and heavy. I wasn't really breathing. After what felt like forever, I heard the man mutter something low and unintelligible, followed by slow, heavy footsteps descending the stairs. I explained to the operator what I heard and what I thought was happening. The operator assured me that they were sending someone, but by the time the police arrived, he was long gone, vanished. When they searched the building, they found nothing. No signs of forced entry downstairs. That's when I remembered. The landlord had been in earlier that day. He must have left the outer door unlocked. The officers offered words of comfort, but I could see the worry in their eyes. I barely slept for the next week, jumping at every creak, every shadow, every sound in the empty building. Even now, years later, I still remember his voice, soft, chilling, etched into my memory like a scar. I can't help but wonder, was it the landlord that I had such little contact with? How else would a random person select the one occupied unit in the entire building? I just hear it still. Why won't you let me in? It's chilling. So this happened a few years ago when I was at my boyfriend's place. His bedroom has this massive window, but most of it is covered with this weird milky screen. You couldn't see through it, except for the very top, maybe about a 20-centimeter strip of clear glass. One night we were just sitting in bed talking. It was really dark outside and we weren't paying attention to much beyond our conversation. At some point I happened to glance up at the window, and there he was, a man, standing in the garden, face inches from the glass, staring straight in. For a split second, my brain just couldn't process what I was seeing. It was so surreal, like something out of a horror movie. Just a face, hovering up there in the darkness, watching us. But here's where my instincts completely failed me. Instead of screaming, hiding, or doing literally anything that would have made sense in this situation, I waved at him. And then, because my body apparently chose nervous breakdown over fight or flight, I started laughing. Like some kind of lunatic. Meanwhile, my boyfriend turned to see what I was looking at and immediately lost his shit. He scrambled out of bed, ready to charge outside, while I just sat there, still half laughing, half processing the fact that there was a full-grown man lurking in the damn garden. By the time we got outside, he was gone. Later, we found out how he had gotten up high enough to see through the uncovered part of the window. He had brought a pot from the garden, placed it under the window, and stood on it. Which means he didn't just stumble across the window and get curious. He planned to watch. He wanted to see inside. And I waved at him. So yeah, probably the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me, and I handled it in the worst possible way. I work at a cafe in downtown Anchorage. Quite a few homeless shelters in range, and a huge drug problem. One day I'm working behind the bar, and this redhead kid, probably in his early 20s, sits down in our seating area, starts chanting shit under his breath. After a minute or two, he starts moving his hands around, like he's casting a spell. Then he gets up, starts yelling and disturbing everyone. I walk over to him and tell him he needs to leave for the day. Dude looks me straight in the eye and says, "This is all a giant game. I'll fucking kill you with one finger." At this point, whatever. I get death threats a lot down here. No biggie. Shoo him on his way, and that's that. Fast forward to when we're closing up, around 9 p.m., so not technically a night shift, but it still counts. I lock the doors, and I start heading to the parking garage where my car is. It's probably about 6 blocks away. Not a big deal. Winter up here is insanely dark, so it's already pretty creepy in downtown. About a block or two of walking, and I hear this hissing noise. I freak the fuck out because I can't see anyone around. I pick up the pace a bit, and then I hear hurried footsteps in the snow behind me. Fuck that. I book it to the staircase for the garage because I wasn't going to wait for the elevator. I'm about a staircase up and I hear the door that I just went through slam shut. I finally make it to my car and I get in as fast as possible. I look around and lo and behold, There's the redhead from earlier, only this time he's fucking furious. He sees me in my car and books at full speed, starts hitting my windows and screaming, "I'm gonna fucking kill you." I door-checked him and drove the fuck away. I called the cops the next morning and they found the dude. Apparently he thinks he's in the Illuminati and completely corroborated my story to the police. Small jail time and 1 restraining order later. Never seen him again since. Shit like this happens a lot. When I was 16, my parents got obsessed with the idea of living a healthier lifestyle. They started with gym memberships, but that got expensive and impractical. Instead, they started jogging twice a day, and that eventually led to hiking, which turned into a camping interest. Nowadays, most people do research on YouTube before diving into new interests, but my parents have always been learn-on-the-job people. Our first outing was to a campsite 20 minutes from our house. They had vending machines, outhouses, and fire starter logs all over the place. And I get it. There's a bunch of camping styles out there. But doing well at a site like this does not mean you're ready to buy an RV and drive into the middle of the woods. They had no clue how to service an RV, but let's start with the camping supplies. We had drinking water, but no food because we were going to live off the land. They bought candle lanterns to be more authentic. Well, guess what? You can't see shit with a freaking candle. Worthless. Heaven forbid we have real flashlights. We had fishing poles, but no bait because nothing beats a fresh worm. As far as actually getting there, even my mom was appalled by the poor planning. Though I'm not sure why she trusted Dad with it in the first place. He didn't actually pick a place or route. He just found a wooded area with a body of water on the map and drove to it. We drove around for a bit until we saw an ATV trail and went on it. A few miles deep, we got a flat tire. Dad put on the spare, the single spare, and we continued forward. About 5 minutes later, we got another flat. Dad said that we could make it on a donut, and off we went. Eventually, we ran out of trail, so you'd think that we'd circle back or camp on that spot, but no, my parents thought that we could squeeze in like it was a goddamn parking lot. We made it an extra 50 feet and lost a side mirror before they admitted defeat. The spot that we had to stop on was covered in roots. The back of the RV was noticeably higher than the front. It felt like walking around on one of those fun houses without the mirrors. There was no pond in sight, but it was supposedly a short hike ahead, which it was pretty generous to call it a pond, but it was there all right. Dad wanted to get some worms and fish for dinner, while Mom got a fire ready. Unfortunately, the ground was covered in so many roots and overgrowth that it was nearly impossible to dig. I didn't try too hard because I already knew that there was no fish in that oversized puddle, but there's no arguing with my dad when he's sure about something. After a half hour, he'd come up with 2 of the most pitiful worms I'd ever seen, and we got our lines in the water. That also took a few tries, because casting too hard put the hook on the opposite bank. Needless to say, we didn't catch anything. We went back to the RV when it started getting dark. Mom didn't have much more luck than we did. She had a pile of sticks that were too green to burn, and our sleeping bags were laid out over a maze of lumpy roots. We were all disappointed, but they said that it was part of the challenge. I don't think I've described the RV much, but it wasn't one of those nice ones that you see people glam camping or whatever it's called. No, this was already a rundown piece of shit even for the 90s. But I figured, hey, a lumpy twin mattress is better than the ground. It wasn't. As soon as I stepped inside, I was hit with the foulest smell. I ran back outside gagging. Turns out that my mom had taken a massive dump while we were fishing, and the toilet was backed up to the point of overflowing. Guess who had no idea you were supposed to empty the septic tanks on those things? That's right, my parents. It was fully dark by this time. This is when we learned just how bad the lanterns were. But my dad decided to check things out anyway. He opened a panel on the RV and started unscrewing things like he knew what he was doing. Next thing you know, a geyser of toxic sludge spews forth, covering my dad's legs and splashing all over me. I mean, just to make sure you understand exactly how disgusting it was, keep in mind that this wasn't just our waste. My dad didn't know how RVs work, so it wasn't emptied before we bought it. This was other people's shit all over us. And it's not like we could shower. That would be far too simple. Nope. We hiked back into the pond, fell a lot, and left our soiled clothes behind. We stumbled our way back to camp, but there was no escaping that smell. Finally, we decided to drag our sleeping bags up to the actual trail, the one that we drove off. I really can't stress how hard it was to navigate a strange forest with those damn lanterns, but at least the ground and air was better once we got up there. I was miserable and starving, so I didn't think I was going to be able to sleep, but I passed out pretty quick until a group of drunk rednecks woke us up. Sometime after midnight, the roar of four-wheelers and laughter rudely ripped us from our uneasy slumbers. Their lights were on us before we could even sit up, so there was no hiding. There were 4 of them, and they surrounded us. They were aggressive, but also laughing, so I couldn't tell if they were actually dangerous or just messing with us. But it was both. They said that we were trespassing, asked us a bunch of questions like who we were, how we got there. My dad tried to speak with them, but I could tell that he was afraid, and that made me afraid. 2 of the guys were standing on either side of him while the other 2 positioned themselves behind me and my mom. They kept touching our hair and shoulders, giggling like schoolyard bullies. My dad tried to move closer to us, but the 2 by him kept blocking his way. When my dad explained about our RV problem, one of the guys took a flashlight into the woods to check it out. While he was gone, the others made jokes about paying rent. Said my mom and I could pay him if my dad didn't have any cash. At 16, I understood what that meant just fine. And that's when the real terror set in. At the time, I expected my dad to do something, but he was one small man against 4 huge guys. At least one of them had a gun on their waist, so there was really nothing that my dad could do besides try to talk our way out of it. When the guy came back from the RV, my backpack was slung over his shoulder, and it looked pretty full. He stole a bunch of our stuff, but none of us were dumb enough to complain. He told his buddies that we were really stuck there, and everyone started laughing again. They told us to get on their 4-wheelers, and they'd take us to their house to use a phone, but obviously we didn't want to go anywhere with them. When we refused, they stopped laughing and tried to make us. They grabbed us, we started screaming, and there was the briefest struggle before we heard more 4-wheelers coming our way. I thought things were going to get a lot worse, but the guys stopped laughing and let us go really fast, like kids dropping the cookies they were trying to steal. Suddenly, they were the nicest good old boys you'd ever met. A few minutes later, 2 older gentlemen appeared, and the whole atmosphere changed. They sent the other guys back to call us a tow and waited with us until it got there. By the time the sun came up, we had new tires, the RV was back on the road, and we drove straight the hell home. My parents sold the RV a few days later and found new hobbies. We never tried to go camping again. I met a guy through Tinder back in Chicago. He's the reason that I stopped using Tinder and never plan on using it again in the near future. He was incredibly handsome, with a shining, beautiful smile. We met and spent the afternoon walking by Lake Michigan. talking, having a good time. From our conversation, he was extremely interested in philosophy, but the sort of hippie type of philosophy, and also seemed to genuinely believe in conspiracies and all that stuff. He quoted stuff that I'd never heard before in my life and told me that he's read tons of books on that and encouraged me to read those and watch those about that too. Honestly, I can't recall what that even was. It happened a long time ago, and it was not mainstream and sort of gothic. Also, I got to learn that he was unemployed because he left school. His family is apparently very wealthy. His dad, a lawyer, and he was talking about him, how he really wanted him to go back to school and get a decent job, but he refused. Eventually, he took me home, and when we got home, he kissed me, and it was one of the most mesmerizing kisses ever, just as the light outside started to fade away. The next day, that kiss stayed with me, and I wanted to meet him again. I waited 2 days with no messages when I decided to message him myself, and this is how it went. "Hey, how are you? What are you up to?" After a while. "I'm busy. I'm not in a good mood." "Oh, I'm sorry. Is everything okay?" "No, nothing's okay. I can't tell you, though. You'll think I'm weird." "I hope it'll get better." "No, I won't think you're weird. Just tell me." Boy, was I wrong. "I'm planning to kill my mom." What the fuck? That was like someone throwing a bucket of cold water in my face. My legs got weak. I started to feel fear closing in. I tried to regain my composure, and then, me panicking. "Please tell me you're joking." "No, I'm not. I even wrote down how I would proceed to kill her. I would strangle her, how I would make it seem like it's not me who did it." "Did she do something to you?" "No, I just feel this uncontrollable hatred towards her." "Please, please don't do it." "Yeah, I probably won't. I'm mentally unstable. I've had these thoughts before, and I just made plans and didn't follow through. Maybe this time it'll be the same. I just can't push these thoughts away." "Yeah, please just calm down, take a walk outside. Just don't be at home." He stopped responding. I didn't report this to the police. I was a foreigner in the U.S. and honestly wasn't sure if this was enough grounds to report anything to the police. I just sat in my apartment all day, being scared and nervous. Then the next day, he messaged me. "Hey, I got over it. Nothing happened. Do you want to hang out?" Needless to say, I couldn't run away from that faster. Really unfortunate. He had everything going for him. Smart, handsome, coming from an upper-class family. He was even going to La Jolla University before dropping out. But mental instability and illness takes everything away from you. I really hope the best for all of them. I used to work at a pub that was 2 miles from my house. My shift ended at about 11 one night. I stayed for a couple of drinks and then started walking home. Now, this had been an exceptional night for me tip-wise, and I had close to $400 in cash on me at the time. Between the pub and my house was exactly one streetlight, about a quarter mile from the pub. The rest of the walk was in complete darkness. This was a dark night, too. It was close to the new moon and cloudy to boot, so it was almost pitch black. And I live out in the boonies, so there isn't even much light pollution to help out. Not long after I leave the pub, a car slowly drives by me. About a quarter mile down the road, the car slows to a stop, and it just sits there. I stop walking and watch the car. It sits for a few minutes, then slowly drives away. A couple of minutes later, the same car comes slowly driving back by me in the opposite lane. It gets by me, drives a bit down the road, and slows to a stop again. And then it does a U-turn, starts creeping back down the road towards me with the lights off. At this point, I'm fucking terrified. I didn't have a cell phone at the time. There's no one around to see what's going on. The car is between me and the pub, so I can't get back to the pub safely. My house is still about 1.5 miles away. No way I can quickly escape there. I quickly run off the road into the woods, duck down behind a bush. I watch for the car, but it's too dark to see it with its lights off, and the bushes and tree undergrowth between me and the road doesn't help. I sit there for about 10 minutes. I don't see or hear anything. I'm about to make my way back to the road when I hear car doors closing. Now I'm really panicking. It feels like my chest is about to explode. The hairs on the back of my neck are standing up. I keep imagining someone sneaking up behind me. I stay hidden. Hope to God whoever it is doesn't find me. I don't know how long I stay there, but I eventually hear the car doors again. Then, cars passing by. I give it a couple of minutes, then ease back to the road. When I see it's clear, I haul ass back to the pub, let my boss know what happened. He said then and there that I'm never to walk home alone again. Either him, his brother, or his mom would give me a lift home. When the other servers and the kitchen staff hear what happens, they say the same thing. I've never been so terrified in my life. To cut a long story short, there I was, working late shifts or doubles, exhausted, sitting in the back seat of a vehicle completely alone. 2 strange men sat in the front, and it didn't take me long to realize I wasn't safe. I knew without a doubt that they had no intention of letting me go. In my gut, I felt it. They were going to root me, kill me, and dump my body somewhere. The van idled in a desolate area. The only sound was the faint clicking of an empty booze bottle at my feet. There wasn't a single light in sight, except for the faint glow from my smartphone. It was in that moment, when the reality of the situation hit me like a punch to the gut, that my instincts kicked in. I knew I had one shot, just one chance to say something that might save my life. If I said the wrong thing, it was over. I wouldn't see my son again. I opened my mouth, praying I'd say something smart enough to get through to the man behind the wheel. Everything had been leading up to this moment, when I got into the staff transport that evening and saw that the driver wasn't our usual guy. He'd explained to us that he was the brother of the regular driver, and the man next to him was his friend. But then I noticed the empty beer bottles scattered on the floor and the heavy smell of alcohol. It all started to click. The guys in the van had been dropped off one by one, and I was the only woman left. I was the last passenger. Suddenly, I was seeing my life flash before my eyes. I realized that every single person who had been in the van could be a witness. They knew that I was the last person dropped off. That's when I said something. I can't remember the exact words, but whatever I said must have struck a chord, because the driver seemed to snap out of it. It was like he'd sobered up in an instant, realizing how badly this could end for him if anything happened to me. It was as if someone had slapped him across the face. Without a word, he quickly started the van, turned back onto the road, and pretended like he had just gotten lost. He drove me home, and I got out of the van by the skin of my teeth. I don't know if it was pure luck, the power of prayer, or something else, but I made it out that night alive. That night could have been my last, and I truly believe that if it weren't for that gut instinct and the fact that I had a smartphone with me back in 2008, I wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't have gotten married or had 3 more sons. The gut feeling is real. Always trust your instincts. It's your God-given survival kit. This was in 1995. I heard a knock at the door at about 2 a.m. We owned our own business, a campground and a bed and breakfast. I was used to strangers coming and going, so This shouldn't have felt any different, but instinctively, I had this feeling. I had 2 little girls, 7 and 5, so my instincts about things were always high on my radar, unlike my husband who trusted everyone. A sign hung on our door indicating we were closed. The summer season had ended, campers were gone, winter was here. But on this particular night, we were both awakened by the harsh sound of continuous knocking and our doorbell ringing. Someone was outside and seemed frantic, to say the least, at this ungodly hour. I whispered to my husband, "Someone's out there. Who would be knocking at the door at this hour?" Fear gripped me almost immediately as I peeked out the warped glass of the old window from upstairs. Sparkling snow glittered under our yard light, but no signs of fresh tire tracks in the snow. That was strange. We lived in the country, a small village about less than an hour away from the RCMP's office in town close by. I immediately summarized everything up quickly in my head as my husband pulled on a pair of jeans to go downstairs. I threw on my housecoat and soon followed my husband downstairs. But it was too late. He had let the stranger in. My heart pounded uncontrollably as I hid behind the kitchen door, which led into the office, where this stranger stood with my husband. They talked. I listened quietly. "I have amnesia," he said. Bullshit, I thought immediately. "I don't know how I got here. Can I use your washroom?" he asked, completely off topic. I was even more suspicious than ever. As my husband led him to the washroom, with all of the lights still out in the house, I ran for our portable phone in the living room. I sat on my steps leading upstairs to where my babies were sleeping. I was shaking as I called 911. I told them about this very strange stranger in our home. "Please hurry," I said. The conversation continued after the stranger went back into the office. The light dangled from the ceiling, rocking slightly. I could see that he was in his 20s, tall with light brown hair. What was this guy up to, I thought. "How many people are staying here?" he asked. "And how many rooms are in this house?" said the stranger with amnesia. What the hell, I thought. I peeked out the crack of the door so that only my husband could see me. I shook my finger, no, 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 to my trusting husband. "Would you mind if I slept here tonight? I'm so tired." He was determined, I thought. This guy reeked of evil. I knew it way before anything would happen. My instincts had kicked into high gear. He was up to something. My only comfort was knowing that the police were on their way. My heart was pounding. I was sure this stranger could hear me. My husband continued this insane conversation with him. I knew that this could take a bad turn at any point. My husband reassures him that we don't have anywhere for him to sleep. The words were hardly out of my husband's mouth when the stranger eagerly insisted. "That's okay," he said. "I can sleep here on the floor. I'm not hard to please." Again, I peeked out, shaking my finger. No, no, no. The RCMP arrived before my trusting husband finally gave in. The 2 officers asked the stranger about his amnesia. "Do you have a wallet, John Doe?" said one of the officers sarcastically. He slowly produces his wallet from his back pocket. All of his identification was there. "Why didn't you just check your wallet to find out who you were?" said the officer as he patted down the stranger. A question I would have loved to hear him answer. He was handcuffed and led outside, but not before the officer got another call on his radio for another break-in down the road. He had been dropped off at our house while his buddies had gone on to another house down the road to terrorize an older couple. My instincts may have saved us that night. I was asleep one night after taking some cold medicine, right next to my husband. We were young and newly married, 18 years old. We had rented a tiny 1-bedroom house. It was great. It was across the street from the bank I worked at. So anyway, I groggily wake up around 2 or 3 a.m., thinking my husband was touching and messing with me. I sit up, and I see through the light of the street light through the window a man at the foot of the bed. He was kneeling with his hand on the foot of the bed and was intently looking at me. I remember his face and smell like it was yesterday. Once it registered in my brain, I screamed. My husband jumped up. As he was jumping up to face me on his left, the man ran behind him and out of the bedroom door, straight through our small living room and out the front door. My husband thought that I'd had a bad dream and was trying to calm me down. I was hysterical, walked past him and into the living room. The front door was open, and the screen door propped open with a brick. My purse was strewn all across the floor, and the light was on. Our puppy was missing. We didn't have a home phone, as we were rushing to get dressed so we could go use a payphone to call the police. I heard a car door shut. I freaked out more, screaming, "He's stealing our car." As we run towards the front door, a female officer was walking up. I immediately started blubbering, trying to explain. She had caught the guy running across the street in a hurry. Suspicious that time of night, small town, back in 1998. She starts to take him in for being intoxicated. As she did, she spots him putting something in his pocket. It's my change purse. She runs a social off my card. I know, I don't carry it with me anymore. And up pops my address. Since it's a street over, she decides to stop by and check it out. Bless her. Turns out that the guy lived in a motorhome across the street. I worked the drive-thru at a small bank right next to it. I walked to work. He'd also been in my home previously, because small items missing from my home were found in his RV. He left almost $500 in my purse. He took my change purse with maybe $40, my social security card, and a photo. He also took a butter knife, a dish towel, and, if I remember correctly, a small flashlight we had. He'd stolen a carton of cigarettes that my husband had just bought. Those were in his RV. He had gloves, tape, and rope on his person. He was there for more than earthly possessions. This was back in '98. He took a plea and was put away for 15 years. Included in his list of charges was another sexual offense. His rap sheet was lengthy with sexual offenses. He was in his 50s. I was 18. I found out about 5 years later that there was way more to the story than I could have imagined. There was a string of break-ins, assaults, and rapes around a local university back in '97, '98. The assailant would break in as the girls were sleeping, and when he was able to, he taped their eyes closed and did terrible things. One of the girls caught a glimpse of a tattoo on his arm. Once it was televised on the news, the attacks abruptly stopped. That university was in the next town, 15 minutes from our little house. Laws had just changed, and the man's DNA that broke into my home and matched the DNA from at least 5 other cases. I suddenly started seeing how truly blessed and protected I'd been. I was used as a witness because the MO was the same, and at that point, he was a serial rapist. All the other 5 girls were 17 to 24 years old, and we all looked similar. He was put away with 2 60-year sentences. I'm sorry this was so long. I've never really told my story, not often. One time I was telling it to a new friend during the in-between time when it had happened and when the DNA connection was made. She didn't believe me. She actually called me after the other trials when she saw the news and apologized. I think it's time to just own my story and move past it. Thanks for taking the time to read it. Oh, P.S. For those of you that were wondering, we did find our puppy. About 3 days later, after combing every street around us, he ended up a couple of streets over on a back road behind where the RV was parked. He seemed unaffected, but we sure were thrilled to have him back. When I was 21, I went on a mother-daughter vacation with my mom to South Carolina. On our last night there, we decided to finish off our rum and coke and relax in the hot tub. Though it was dark, my mom wanted to walk on the beach and feel the waves come up on the shore one last time. As we walk the beach down to the water, my mom's quite a bit ahead of me, and suddenly I see a group of people taking a nightly stroll. At first, I thought it was innocent. I took my drink with me and was just finishing it off as the group of people came into view. Then I noticed it was a large group of young men, probably mid to late 20s, about a dozen of them. I realized that they were watching me finish my drink, and the beginning of the group had walked a little bit past me and then stopped, while the others remained in front of me, also stopped, meaning I was suddenly surrounded by them. I became very aware of every inch of my skin that my bathing suit was revealing, and I knew that they knew I was drinking. They also thought I was alone, since my mother was down at the waves and far enough away to seem like a third party. I went to walk between what I saw was an opening in the group, but as I did, two of these men touched me, grabbing my sides and shoulders to keep me in the center of their man-made circle. I told them to get off me, not to touch me, and they held their hands up dramatically, as if I was being unreasonable, telling me to calm down, sweetheart. They let me keep walking, but continued circling me as they did, trying to talk to me while I was focusing on my mother and trying to ignore them. It had only been a few seconds, but it felt much longer. One of the guys then grabs my ass from behind, and at this point I'd had enough. I go to turn around and confront the man, but another grabs my arm, pulling me closer to him, tightly. My back is against his front, and I realize I have no good angle to hit this guy or a way to escape. So I scream as loud as I can. The men only get closer. Suddenly, my mom turns around, and she saw what was happening. I then hear a roaring yell coming from her direction. She's screaming, "Hey, you better get the hell away from her." And she's running towards us. Half of the group is thrown off by the sudden involvement of this woman, but a couple stick around, specifically the guy that wouldn't let me go. He tells the woman to mind her own business. This time, my mom's close enough that she doesn't need to use her words. She grabs one of my arms, pulling me from the man, while simultaneously kicking him right in the balls. He releases me, and as he hit the ground, we quickly stormed off the beach, back to our hotel and hot tub. We told the hotel staff about the men, asking them not to let them in the hotel. I kept glancing over my shoulder at the gates to the beach, expecting them to walk through. If not for my mother, I don't know what they would have attempted. I got stabbed 3 times in my ribs on my left side, and one nasty stab, 1 millimeter from my heart, which punctured my lung. Doctors were amazed I even survived. I'm going to try to go into as much detail as possible about the experience itself. If you're fighting, like I was, you don't feel the knife going in due to all the adrenaline. This guy's already tried to jack me before. I've never seen him pull a weapon on somebody, but he was literally always bothering somebody, and he loved hanging out in my local strip mall. On the day I got stabbed, he must have seen me hit the ATM and was feeling bold. He ran up on me the moment I turned the corner to get to my car. Luckily, I caught a glimpse of him just as it was happening, and I managed to hit him in the face as he tried to hit me in mine. Then, while practically embracing each other and punching each other, I realized something hurts. Then the guy started running, and I seemed to calm down, but I started to feel this warm liquid just running down my chest. Each time I breathed, more liquid would shoot out. The sensation is that of a warm water bottle being poured down your chest. Mind you, blood is thicker than water, so just picture water being a bit heavy and very slimy. Then, the pain started to kinda kick in. With the pain came the realization that I was seeing and feeling blood ooze from my body. About that time, I started getting this feeling like being poked 1,000 times with needles all over my legs. I started losing a ton of breath, and breathing became a chore. Each breath, it just got shorter and shorter, and you can't do anything about it. You can't even take a full breath. When you try, your body just doesn't let it in, and you just get a really heavy pain with each inhale. Worst of all, you're not taking in any of that air. After that, you lose your energy. And your legs, they give up completely. They become straight up noodles and you fall down fast. At that point, you'll barely be able to get up because your legs literally cannot stand. I was bleeding out for 14 minutes on the street. Next thing I noticed is my hearing, it started to fade. It's like when you go underwater, but the hearing effect is a bit less heavy. As time went on, the underwater hearing effect started to become stronger, and I could barely hear the people or sounds around me. They were completely disorienting. I swear you'll think I'm making this up, but when someone talks, you get this echo effect with their voice, like yelling into a canyon. How you can still hear your voice echo a few more times. When the officer was eventually talking to me, I literally could hear the cop say one sentence, and then I'd hear just the echo effect. It would sound like he said it 3 or 4 times. Each time, his voice fading further away. Next, my vision started getting black. My eyes were open, but my vision started getting really dark. It was like a black circle just closing in, and I could just see this small pin drop of light in the middle. The rest became blurry. That's probably what people mean when they say the light at the end of the tunnel, because that's literally what it looked like. At that point, it was 18, 19 minutes into my stabbing, and I had just started hearing a ringing noise in my ears. And then I swear to God, literally all my pain just went away. It was this weird, peaceful, like quietness, and it just makes you want to close your eyes and go to sleep. At that point, I didn't even fear dying. It was so surreal and peaceful. No pain. It was such a weird experience, and I swear I'm not crazy or a religious person. It was very tempting to just close my eyes and let go. But literally, I was thinking of my mom and the pain my family would go through for years. I fought so hard to stay awake. I believe that while in that state, if I would have closed my eyes, that would have been the end of my life. I had some random, really nice people come to me. One of them with braids wouldn't let me close my eyes. They would do a light slap on my face. He placed my head on his lap and would stop me multiple times from closing my eyes. His other friends were putting pressure on my wound. They didn't even care that they were getting my blood on their clothes or hands. I never got to see those people again, so if for some reason you're reading this, thanks. You literally helped me stay alive, and I thank you for being by my side. Humans sometimes need other humans, you know? I appreciate it. This was 1:30 a.m. by a guitar center that will hopefully help you remember, so again, thank you. Hope that gives you all a clear picture of what it feels like to be stabbed, in my case, right in the middle of your chest. When I was in my early 20s in St. Louis, I lived with my boyfriend. We both worked at a large government agency. We had a large group of friends who would all party together. At one particular party, there were a lot more guys than women. The guys were all playing football, air hockey, and some other games while drinking excessively. I've never been a huge drinker, so I wasn't drinking. I was just hanging out in the kitchen looking at magazines because I found the party to be boring with mostly men playing games. At one point, A guy that I'd seen around town but didn't really know walked into the kitchen and started chatting with me. He said, "Your boyfriend seems to be ignoring you." I told him my boyfriend was really into competition and loved playing in foosball competitions. Then he walked over to me and unexpectedly grabbed me. He picked me up and started walking out the back door. I was kicking and punching him while struggling to get away. Another woman walked into the kitchen at that minute, and I screamed for her to help me. I was frightened, but in shock, since I didn't see it coming. The guy, whose name I didn't know, laughed and told her, "It's okay, we're just playing around. She's fine." The woman ran into the foosball room, grabbed my boyfriend, and told him some guy just carried me out of the house. My boyfriend ran out of the house after us and caught up to us as the man was pushing me into his car. I was still fighting and kicking, but he told me if I didn't shut up, he was going to make me. I was frightened out of my mind. Just as my boyfriend got to the car, the man changed his entire demeanor and said, "Hey man, you were just ignoring her, so I was going to take her to get something to eat." So untrue. My boyfriend quickly analyzed the situation, grabbed my hand, and told the guy, "Hey, I'll take care of her from here." The guy got in his car and drove off. I burst into tears. We went back into the house and called the police. After talking to them on the phone, they said no crime had been committed, and that was it. I have no idea what could have happened to me. Maybe nothing. Maybe something very bad. After that incident, I was always on guard at parties. Actually, I became hypersensitive to my surroundings after that entirely. From that point on, I was always looking to see where the exits were. I always had money and change tucked into a pocket if I had to escape. To this day, I still keep money in my pocket, but I always have my phone with me. I have a tracker on it in case I disappear. My family can track me. I also have a panic button on my home alarm system and cameras that back up to my cloud. Yes, I'm paranoid. Better safe than sorry. When I hear about women at bars or parties getting drugged and assaulted, I realize how lucky I was that I hadn't been drinking, that I had my wits about me. I was also lucky that that other woman saw the situation for what it was and helped me. I also understand after my incident how serial killers grab women, children, and weaker victims right out of public view. It's the element of surprise and not being 100% aware of your surroundings that can put you in the worst danger. So, please stay safe, everyone. During my adolescence, at the age of 13, my parents decided to embark on a captivating trip to Mexico. We were accompanied by my 3 younger siblings. It started as a remarkable journey, one that unfolded on a moonlit night. We cruised along a picturesque highway in the state of Guanajuato. However, our tranquil drive took an alarming turn when I noticed an imposing Chevrolet van trailing closely behind us for too long. Feeling a sudden surge of fear welling up within me, I asked my father to allow the mysterious vehicle to overtake us, to pass. Sensing the distress in my voice, my father promptly maneuvered our rental car to the side, granting passage to the van. To my surprise, the van mirrored our actions and pulled over behind us, its driver emerging into the night, brandishing a menacing stick. Realizing the gravity of the situation, my father swiftly instructed us all to seek refuge by crouching down in our seats. With determination etched on his face, he accelerated the car. It propelled us forward with an unwavering determination towards the nearest town. A mere 5 miles away, but it sure felt like forever. Despite our desperate attempts to flee this car, the relentless van quickly closed the distance. This time, shrouded in darkness as it extinguished its headlights. Our Buick, pushed to its limits, valiantly persevered, propelling us toward the sanctuary of a nearby hotel. As we approached the hotel's entrance, my father unleashed a cacophony of urgent honks, piercing the nighttime silence. Miraculously, the van, sensing our determination and the prospect of intervention, relinquished its pursuit. It receded into the shadows and disappeared from sight. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the encounter, my father sought solace from the empathetic hotel clerks. It was then that my parents were enlightened about the distressing prevalence of local kidnappings in the area. These encounters usually involve perpetrators who would cunningly disable their headlights, force unsuspecting vehicles off the road, and abduct the occupants at gunpoint. In retrospect, my father revealed to me that the stick that was wielded by the driver was in fact a disguised rifle, adding an additional layer of terror to our already traumatic ordeal. It suddenly became clear why he'd instructed all of us to duck. It was 1987, and I hadn't been back to my hometown in years. I didn't plan on staying long, just a quick visit with my parents, maybe take a drive through the old streets, head back to the city. The place felt smaller than I remembered, like it had shrunk in my absence. That night, I decided to stop by the local bar. I don't even know why. Maybe I was chasing some old feeling, trying to reconnect with something I'd left behind or someone. The second I walked in, the smell hit me. Stale beer, cigarette smoke, and a tinge of mildew. Some things never change. I wasn't expecting to see anyone I knew, not really. But there she was, sitting at the bar. Heather. She looked almost the same, maybe a little more worn, like the years hadn't been as kind to her as they'd been to me. "Melissa? Is that you?" she said, eyes wide as she looked over at me. I smiled, sliding onto the stool next to her. "In the flesh. How long's it been?" 7 years, she said, pulling me in for a quick hug. "God, it's so good to see you. What have you been up to?" We fell into easy conversation, reminiscing about high school, old friends, the usual small talk. It was almost comforting, like stepping back in time for a little while. But then her face changed. Her smile faltered. Her eyes took on this strange look, like she was about to tell me something I didn't want to hear. "Hey, you remember Kyle?" she asked, her voice careful. Almost too careful. I felt something tighten in my chest at the name. Kyle. Of course I remembered him. He'd been my high school boyfriend for a few months. Quite a few months. Quiet, kind of awkward, but sweet. I hadn't thought about him in years. "Yeah," I said slowly. "I remember him. Why?" Heather leaned in, her voice dropping. "You didn't hear about him?" I shook my head. "No, what happened?" She glanced around like she didn't want anyone else to overhear. "Kyle, he's in prison, Melissa. He killed 3 women, strangled them, dumped their bodies in the woods outside of town. They caught him in '82. How did you not hear about this?" I felt the room tilt, my head spinning. Kyle? My Kyle? I hadn't stayed in touch with anyone after I left. How could I have known? I tried to swallow, but my throat had gone totally dry. What do you mean, killed? You're joking, right?" Heather shook her head, her eyes wide. It was all over the news. They said that the first girl that he killed was right after the 2 of you broke up, and the other 2, they looked like you. I felt like someone had just taken out my knees,
My glass slipped from my hand, shattered on the floor, but I barely noticed. My mind was sort of spinning, flashing memories flooding in, late-night drives with Kyle, the way he'd sometimes stare at me a little too long, his grip just a little too tight. I'd write it off as teenagers being teenagers, but now it felt like something much darker. I stood up on shaky legs, the walls of the bar suddenly too close, too suffocating. I needed to get out. Heather's voice was distant, muffled. "Melissa, are you okay?" I barely heard her as I stumbled outside. The cool night air slapped me in the face. I leaned against the brick wall, trying to catch my breath, but it felt like there wasn't enough air in the world. Kyle, the shy, quiet boy I once dated, had become a monster. And the worst part, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd barely escaped him. As I stood there, trembling in the dark, a cold thought gripped me. Somewhere, locked away in a prison cell, was Kyle, and I couldn't help but wonder if he still thought about me, if I was the one that got away. When I was a sophomore in high school, I fell into a puppy love-like relationship with a quiet, shy guy. He wasn't the kind of boy to stand out in a crowd, always hanging back, his gaze down, as if the world around him was just too loud. We went to the football homecoming dance together, part of a double date, and that night left an impression on me for more reasons than just the event. Throughout the evening, he kept putting his hands on me, casually at first, the normal level, but there was this persistence behind it. He wasn't violent or angry, and I never felt afraid, but he just wouldn't stop. Every time I tried to pull away or say no, he acted like he didn't hear me, like his actions were innocent enough to ignore any boundaries. At the time, I brushed it off as teenage awkwardness. After all, what's high school without a little clumsiness? 4 years later, that same shy boy, now a man, went home from work one day and murdered his mother. He stabbed her over 40 times with a butcher knife, a long blade, relentless in his attack. When it was done, he calmly called the police, told them exactly what he had done, and sat on the front steps of her house, waiting for them to arrive. I remember hearing about it through mutual friends, the shock of it not fully sinking in at first. What could have led him to do something so horrifying? He had been charged and convicted, though I never followed up on the details of his sentencing. It was hard to reconcile the boy I once knew with the man capable of such brutality. At a high school reunion, I learned that he'd been released from a mental health facility or prison. No one seemed to know the exact circumstances. He was now homeless, wandering without direction or support. It was a strange thing to hear, like a ghost from the past had surfaced, but no longer resembled anything close to the boy I remembered. Maybe 6 or 7 years after that, the news broke that he had killed again. This time, a fellow homeless man. He was charged, convicted, and sentenced, this time with many years of confinement ahead of him. I saw his mugshot, and it was like staring into the face of someone hollowed out by life. The shyness was gone, replaced by something cold and broken. A few years ago, my curiosity got the better of me, and I Googled him. I wasn't expecting much, just a faded news article maybe, but what I found hit me like a punch to the gut. He had murdered again, this time a fellow inmate in prison. My puppy love had become a serial killer.
This isn't my story. It's my step-grandmother's. I sat watching the news with her when an old picture of a serial killer came on the screen. "Did you know I lived over the road from him?" she said to me. "No," I exclaimed, and she nodded and told me about it. He was very charismatic, charming, and lovely to all the kids on the street. He always offered us sweets and was happy to talk to us. His wife wasn't as fussed, but she still spoke to us on the rare occasion she came outside. We all played outside on the street, as was the norm back then, going up and down, playing hopscotch and the like. Everybody's parents left them to it and didn't know where we were half the time. The world felt safer. Then one day, my own grandmother told me that we couldn't play outside. She kept us indoors, away from the windows. The police were searching the neighbor's house. It wasn't until many months later we found out what had happened and how many children he and his girlfriend had killed. They took a girl from one of the local roads, I believe, though she was older. We weren't allowed out without somebody watching after that. I think it stuck in people's minds that Ian Brady and Myra Hindley, they could have done the same to any of their children too. When she finished her story, my blood ran cold, and I still get chills every time I tell it. I've been held against my will twice. The first time it happened to me was when I ran into an ex at a department store. He seemed so happy to see me. We chatted for a while in the store and then went our separate ways. I was walking to my car when I felt eyes on me and looked around. I was confused to see my ex's motorcycle was now parked by my car, and he was standing there staring at me. I felt a little uncomfortable but waved bye to him. However, it seemed he took this as a come over instead. As he walked over to me, he was laughing and saying it must be fate that we ran into each other again in the parking lot. I wasn't so sure about that, but smiled and said it was good to see him again, but that I had to get going. He looked disappointed. I started to get into my car and he asked me to wait. I got back out, turned around and looked at him. He said he had actually just gotten an apartment around the corner and really would like me to come over and see it. If I came over, it would also give us a chance to catch up some more. I said I really needed to get going. He looked around for a minute and then said that he thought he had some items of mine still and that he wanted to give them back. I knew that he had taken some of my CDs when we had split. The thought of getting them back was appealing to me, so against my better judgment, I said okay. We went into his apartment where he took my coat and bag. I was a little uncomfortable with him taking my bag, but thought maybe he was just trying to be polite. He then gave me the tour. It was a nice place, but I didn't have a chance to tell him that because he was talking a mile a minute and saying he was so excited to have me there. We sat down on the couch next to each other where he kept talking about his life. I sat there listening, but wondering when he would get my stuff so I could leave. Finally, he stopped to take a breath, and I asked him about the stuff he had mentioned. He seemed displeased that I'd brought it up. He sat there for a while longer, and then he leaned in, closer to me. I was surprised when he reached out and grabbed my hands, attempting to kiss me. I pulled back and stared at him. I said, "Bruce, this isn't going to happen." He started going on and on about how he knew we'd get back together and how he was not going to let me go this time. I started shaking my head no to what he was saying, which seemed to make him more upset. At one point, he started yelling at me about how he'd been a mess and too young to handle us, but he'd grown up now. He said he deserved another chance to prove it to me, that there was still something there. I was speechless. We'd always had a rocky relationship. The final straw was when he cheated on me with one of my best friends after we'd had a bad fight, so I had zero interest in getting back together. I started to repeat myself that it was not going to happen. When he jumped up off the couch and started pacing around the room, he was getting cagey, like an animal, telling me I couldn't say no, that I couldn't leave until he got a yes. He walked out of the room, and I looked at the door. I could make a break for it, but he had my wallet, my phone, my bag. I was still feeling like an idiot for being there when he came back. I could see when he came back, he was holding a gun in his hand. He kept walking back and forth now in front of me on the couch. He said nothing had been right in his life since the day that I'd gone, and that he wasn't going to lose me again. I opened my mouth, and he grabbed the phone sitting on the table and threw it at the wall. It broke apart, and I just stared at him. At this point, I had a very bad feeling. I watched him continue to walk around, and I could feel his anger and frustration. I'd never seen someone look so desperate, and that was not good. He finally sat down in a chair across from me. He laid the gun down on the table near him. He was a really good-looking guy. All my girlfriends had thought I was crazy when I broke up with him the first time. I tried to explain that he was unstable, but no one listened to me. He'd worn me down after that first breakup and cycle of makeup, and then the breakup had started again. I'd finally gotten free from him, though, and it had been 2 years since I'd seen him. I sat there looking at him. My mind was having a hard time rationalizing how this cute guy with this innocent look to him was now holding me against my will, essentially having kidnapped me. As I was staring at him, I could see he was trying to get a hold of himself. He finally laughed, said that he was sorry that he was acting so nuts, but that he just couldn't let me leave. He needed me back in his life, and he would never hurt me again. I looked at him and then the gun. He shook his head and said if he used that on anyone, it would be himself. I didn't know what to say to that. I was really having an out-of-body experience. I felt like I was someone else, watching all of this take place. I looked at the clock and realized I'd been there for about 6 hours. I hadn't moved and had hardly said anything. I looked at him and forced myself to smile, which he then smiled. I said, okay, we can try again. You're right, there is still something here. I'll stay with you. You don't need to hurt yourself or anyone else, but if this is going to work, you're going to need to trust me. I really need to get to class. Folks are going to wonder where I am, and I don't want to tell anyone about this since we're getting back together. But I'll come back because you're right. We can make this work. He got up and walked over to me. He grabbed my hands and pulled me up. He wrapped me in his arms and hugged me. I soon felt tears hitting my neck as he started crying. He just kept saying, "Thank you, and I love you so much. You'll see things will be different. I have my shit together now." I nodded my head and asked him if he could get my stuff. He said yes and walked away, but he kept looking back at me. I assume he was still making sure I was there. He handed me my things and I said, "Okay, I'll be back later." And he kissed me. I barely kissed him back. As soon as I got out the front door, I ran down the stairs and out of the building. I jumped in my car and never looked back. He called nonstop for a while after that, but I didn't answer. He came by my house and I never answered. Finally, he was gone. However, over the years, he has reached out to my friends, family members, trying to contact me a few times. Believe it or not, he still doesn't have himself together. He's been married many times, has several children, was homeless, and had a few successful businesses and then lost them. I look back and see my time with him. It was one big, scary roller coaster ride, and I was glad to get off. My advice to anyone who's broken up with someone like that is don't go back. Don't meet them anywhere. Just let sleeping dogs lie. And if you're kidnapped, keep calm and try to find out what the person wants. Talking to the kidnapper can sometimes help, like in my case. Might even save a life or two. I had a near brush with the Night Stalker, Richard Ramirez. I didn't realize that it had happened until a couple of weeks later when the FBI contacted my dad. It was around 1984 or 85. My grandmother had passed away and her house in San Francisco's Marina District was vacant. It was a beautiful house in a spectacular location. Cary Grant used to live there, and it has spectacular views of the Golden Gate Bridge, Alcatraz, and the bay. There was also a creepiness to the house. The address was 3666 Baker Street, so the 3 sixes may have been a coincidence, but I had some family who lived there, and they all died from untimely deaths. I had just graduated from high school in 1984, and my high school girlfriend had come back from college in the Midwest to visit me. She loved the views and food at my grandmother's house, and I told her that my grandmother had recently passed, so the food is not there, but let's go out and watch the sunset, as I had a key. It was the first time entering the house after my grandmother had passed. I didn't realize how quickly the vibrant feeling of a home could change. So there already was a creepy feeling going on as we entered. We went to the top floor and just started to enjoy the view, and then we heard a loud double bang thud sound. I told my girlfriend that there's a tree in the yard that has long branches, and when the wind blows hard on one of those branches, they occasionally bang on the side of the house. She was more observant than me and said that there isn't even a light breeze outside. I looked outside and realized she was right, and it felt like someone had just punched me in the gut, as I knew something was wrong. I wanted to be brave and solve where the sound came from, so I said, "Yeah, you're right. I'll go down and check the basement." As I was about to head down, she stopped me and said, "Do you mind if we just drive to the beach and watch the sunset? I've got a bad feeling about being here." I agreed, as I did have the same strange feeling about the house and the noise, too. As 18-year-olds, we walked out of the house and quickly put the incident behind us. A few weeks later, the FBI contacts my father, as he was the executor of the estate. They ask him if anyone had been to the house in the last few weeks, and he said no, as he didn't know that I had been there. They told him that he was lucky because they discovered that Richard Ramirez had been living there for at least a week. And then they gave him the date range. I was there exactly in the middle of the date range. The FBI said that Richard Ramirez was going into the basement through the backyard and that he would kick the back window open while hanging onto a tree branch, the one that would bang against the house. The FBI told my dad that if anyone had been in the house while he was there, he would have most definitely killed them. He had broken into some other homes in the neighborhood, and they found some of the stolen items in the basement, as well as some newspaper clippings and other clues that they couldn't disclose at the time. I told my girlfriend about what had happened, but I waited many years before ever telling my dad. The Night Stalker was arrested shortly after. An angry mob in LA recognized him and chased him down. It's a great ending to a tragic story of serial killing. The house became ours after the estate was concluded, but was eventually sold as none of us wanted to live there. A few years ago, I was at a mall by myself, shopping for some sheets for my new queen-size bed. I was on the 3rd floor of JCPenney's when I nearly ran into a middle-aged man while turning around to go back down the aisle I'd just been down. Whoops, just a weird thing, right? Well, I said sorry, and he was silent, but his eyes went wide, a little weird. So I kept looking at, examining, and feeling different sheets. Then I saw that the same guy was down the aisle also looking at sheets, but not really looking at them. It seemed odd. I intentionally moved to a different section that had nothing to do with bedding, and wouldn't you know it, so did this beak-faced middle-aged dude. Now alarm bells were going off. I moved towards the section by the escalator and started looking at what couches they had. Now this was the 3rd floor of a department store, but the mall only had 2 floors, which meant to get out of the store, I'd have to go down this one and only escalator. And when I looked across, the creepy guy was standing right next to the escalator. Now he was pretending to look at some plates, but once again, he wasn't actually looking at them. He wasn't picking them up, or looking at prices, etc. Now I was sure of it. This guy was following me. I'm a tall blonde, and I was by myself, wearing a yellow shirt. I was probably easy to follow around the store, except that I'm really observant, thankfully. I sat on the couch and pretended to read my phone, all the while actually watching this guy. After 5 minutes of him doing the same fake shopping, I was sure that I was right, and he was actually just standing by the only exit, hoping to follow me down, around the mall, to the parking garage. Who knows what? A girl in my hometown had been kidnapped and killed in a very similar manner a few years ago. Also from a nice mall in a good part of town. With that in mind, I quickly got up and bolted to the opposite side of the level, where I had seen there was an employee booth for them to cut fabric for people. I walked straight to the front of the line and said, "I'm sorry to interrupt, and I know this is weird, but a guy's been following me around the store and pretending to shop, and now he's camped out by the only exit." They sent someone from the hardware department to talk to him and reported back to me that I was right, that this guy claimed he wasn't looking for anything specific and didn't want help, even though he'd been standing in the same spot for 10 minutes now. Luckily, mall security was able to take me down a freight elevator in back of the store, all the way back to my car. I kept turning randomly on my way home just to make sure I didn't drive straight back home and to check that no one was following me. When I got home, I immediately looked at the sex offenders registry to see if any guys in the area looked like this guy, but he wasn't there. Then I felt guilty that I hadn't called the cops, because this guy clearly had creepy, bad intentions. But at the time, he wasn't technically doing anything illegal. Still, I know he had terrible intentions for me one way or another. I know I was lucky to remember the girl from my hometown, how she didn't notice a guy following her around a mall, and to have realized for myself what was going on with that creep. I never really go shopping by myself anymore. I also still keep a lookout for any criminal cases involving this guy, because I'll always remember his face. Full disclosure, I did not have face-to-face contact with him, and I would never want to take away from nor imply my experience to be more horrific than the experiences of those who actually did that night. I was a senior in high school in January 1978 and planned to attend FSU in the fall. That mid-January weekend in 1978, my roommate-to-be, Roxy, and I took a road trip to Tallahassee to experience the co-ed life. We couldn't wait to graduate and live on our own in a college town. We arrived Friday evening and met up with another friend from our hometown who was a freshman at Florida State and our hostess for the weekend. Her dorm was Gilchrist Hall, which is situated right across from the Chi Omega House, basically the center of campus at the time. The city and campus was beautiful and so cool to us yahoos from a small, sleepy town with no nightlife. Having grown up on the east coast of Florida, which is flat and full of palm trees, Tallahassee had old buildings and crawling ivy, rolling hills, and older, cooler college students doing college-type activities. We were mesmerized. That Saturday evening, we went to Sherrod's, a popular college bar across the street, next door to the Chi Omega House. I was only 17, but the drinking age in Florida that year was 18, and bars were lax in terms of alcohol service to minors. And it was a college town. It was later reported that Ted Bundy was at the bar several hours before committing the Chi Omega murders. After spending some time at the popular hangout Sherrod's, Roxy, Karen, and I were then off to a frat party at the Lambda Chi House. I don't remember much about the night other than walking around with my solo cup of grain alcohol punch and talking to people. Eventually, we were all partied out, met up, and jumped in my little Toyota Corolla to drive back to the Gilchrist Hall. As we headed toward the dorm, I slowed down due to police cars and flashing lights. As we approached the Chi Omega House on the right, there was a couple standing outside on the lawn in an embrace, one that indicated something terrible had happened, and they were comforting each other. A bad car accident? It was late, sometime after 3 a.m. We made our way back to the dorm and our beds, crashing. Out of a deep, alcohol-infused sleep on Sunday, mid-morning, came loud pounding on the door. Gestapo-like pounding that continued at each door all the way up and down the hall. The resident assistant called for all of the residents to come out now for an emergency meeting. I remember the Gilchrist Hall residents, me and Roxy, sitting along the wall in that dorm hall. There came the sobering news. 2 Chi Omega sorority sisters had been killed a stone's throw away from us only hours before. Do not go out alone. Do not prop doors open. Be careful. Our magical weekend ended in that sobering moment. Roxy and I left a short time later. We had a 5-hour drive to discuss our crazy weekend. And it wasn't lost on us that it could have been us. We could have been Bundy's victims. He could have been at Lambda Chi and charmed one of us off somewhere. I'm sure I thought that was a scenario I could handle at the time. And when you factor in alcohol, or he could have walked into the side door of Gilchrist Hall and attacked someone, or the possibilities, they were endless. But I was happy to be in my car with my friend. That fall, as freshmen at FSU, Roxy and I went through Rush Week. I recall visiting the Chi Omega house. There was an elephant in the room. No one wanted to pledge that sorority. The FSU campus changed forever. Bushes were cut back. Doors were never propped. You didn't open the door to strangers. Ted Bundy may have moved on, but his presence, even if yet unknown, was still living there. People talked about where they were and what they were doing when the murders occurred. It was too close for comfort. May all of Bundy's victims rest in sweet peace. I hope and pray that their loved ones have found some comfort and healing. There, but for the grace of God, go I. George was one of these 20-somethings who preferred the company of high schoolers. He was somewhat of a beloved figure. A charming black man in an extremely white town. A bit of a troublemaker, sure, but more of a rascal than anything else. He volunteered with the city's police department, but he would also volunteer to buy beers for his underage friends, especially the girls. Girls loved George. He had a lot of female friends. I wasn't one of them, mostly due to the fact that I was more or less a straight arrow in high school. Plus, unlike most of my friends, I wasn't scared to venture into the semi-shady neighborhoods across the bridge. There, I could buy alcohol directly from the source, the sketchy convenience stores that sold it to minors, bypassing George and his ilk. Though I wasn't much of a partier, I did like to hang out with Peter, another party boy in his early 20s. Peter lived in a house that he owned, but the backstory was rather tragic. His family had been killed in a car accident, and he'd purchased it with the settlement money. Peter was the only survivor, and the accident left him with quite a few facial scars, certainly emotional scars, and I now realize a bit of brain damage. Peter filled his house with furniture cast-offs and things stolen from the high school, and teenage roommates who somehow had the wherewithal and parental permission to live with the guy. It was the quintessential party house. Any given night, there was some type of underage gathering over there. Peter, like George, loved the ladies, but he was more into the 13, 14-year-olds. At 17, I was too old for him. Yeah, I know, but it was the 80s and things were tolerated. The big parties would happen on the weekends, attracting hundreds of kids sometimes. Without Peter's knowledge, George started coming around. These gatherings could get big. I spoke to George a few times, definitely accepted a free beer from him on several occasions, but he didn't appear to like me very much, which wasn't surprising. I was a dorky wallflower type, and the guys who did like me, they tended to be on the dorky side as well. But Peter liked me and my friends, and I liked him, even though he was prone to fits of rage. He was smart, a funny guy, and we had a nice platonic friendship. I was welcome in his house and felt comfortable stopping by just to see what was going on. When I got my license and started driving and working part-time, I started coming around more and more. Peter's house wasn't far from my workplace, and I'd often stop by after work. Those gatherings were smaller, usually just a few people huddled around an electric heater, smoking weed or clove cigarettes. It was during one of these weekday hangout things when George arrived, with a case of beer and an entourage of young women. Rocker chicks, slightly older. Definitely didn't look like they lived on the island being a snooty bastion of preppies, with a few goths and waivers mixed in. Peter didn't usually mind strange girls showing up at his door, but George was another story. Peter immediately confronts George, tells him to get the fuck out. George puts on the charm. Hey, what's the problem? I've got plenty of beer for all of us. Come on, let's party. The group gathered inside is saying, Hey, calm down, Peter, let him in. All the time, I thought that either Peter didn't want the competition for his attention, or he was just being racist. But Peter held his ground, told him to go away, and to never come back, that George was unwelcome on his property, and if he returned, he'd be shot on sight. Peter was fond of guns and owned several. Many years later, long after George's crimes came to light, the book had been published and the TV true crime special had aired. Peter claimed that he knew George was a sociopath all along. I didn't want him to have anything to do with me or my friends, he claimed on a Facebook thread about the guy. So, yeah, I partied with a serial killer. But luckily, I never got too close. I went to high school with George Russell, a serial killer, who was tried and convicted of multiple sadistic necrophile murders 6 years after we graduated. I'm a 28-year-old female who lives alone in a usually very normal, very boring neighborhood. Every weekday, I leave at 7 and return at 4. Last Friday, I opened my office and did my usual routine until it was time to catch up on paperwork. I reached up to pull down my reading glasses, but they weren't on my head, or my desk, or in my purse. They were nowhere. Worried I left them at home, I pulled up my camera footage to watch myself leave the house. Sure enough, I wasn't wearing them. Just as I was about to close the video, I saw 3 men walking along the sidewalk, and I watched them out of curiosity. I assumed they were heading to the bus stop, but then they turned towards my house. Keep in mind, these are cheap cameras. There's no motion detection. We don't have much crime in my area, so if I don't have a reason to check the recordings, I never see them. Anyway, the men walked across my lawn, went into the backyard, and crawled through my kitchen window. Horrified, I began skipping through the footage, waiting to see them exit. But there was no further movement. They were still inside, in real time. My office is 1 street over from the police station, so a unit arrived there first. As soon as I showed them the video, they sent extra cars to my house. The 3 men had robbed the convenience store behind my street, and their getaway car abandoned them. The police had been searching for them all morning. I watched live footage of several officers entering my house. They could be heard yelling, telling the men inside to freeze and drop their weapons. Then, there was the horrifying sound of several gunshots and screams of pain. I've never actually heard someone yell like that. The officers who had stayed with me left immediately, but the fight was over before they arrived. I watched as 1 suspect was brought out in handcuffs. There was no sign of the other 2. A few minutes later, an ambulance arrived to take away a wounded policeman. I later learned that he was shot in the abdomen, but thankfully, he's expected to make a full recovery. The other 2 suspects were dead, and it was several hours before I was allowed back into my own house. The surviving intruder said they happened to see me leaving this morning and decided to hide in my house for the sake of convenience. They saw I didn't have a ring cam, but didn't look too hard for other cameras until they got inside. Of course, I've since upgraded my security. Now everything is covered except for my bathrooms. What freaks me out the most is that my glasses were in the bottom of my purse the whole time. If I hadn't overlooked them on my first search, I would have never checked the cameras. I go months at a time without even opening the app. Had I gone home while those men were inside, there probably wouldn't have been time to call for help. I really don't like thinking about that too much. Oh, and one other neat little fact. The horrifying mess that was created in my home, I had to clean up most of it myself. Otherwise, I would have had to live with it until a cleaning crew could come out on Monday. I'm still waiting on a contractor to fix the bullet holes in my walls. So, yeah, I just really encourage everyone to take their security seriously, regardless of where you live. It was around 1977 or 78. I can't remember for sure, but I was a police explorer at the time. Florida was holding a statewide police explorer competition in Tallahassee, Florida. My group was attending this competition. There were about 10 of us, along with a couple of chaperones and police officers from our town. We were staying at a large chain hotel, along with hundreds of other groups from around Florida. I was in the room with 3 other girls. We were all sitting by the sliding glass door, as were most of the other teams around the courtyard surrounding the pool. All of a sudden, a man came out of nowhere. He was completely naked. He jumped in the pool and swam a couple of laps, then got out and started walking back towards our room. All of the girls were screaming and running in every direction, causing our advisors and chaperones to run into the room. The man took off running while still naked, and no less than 10 or 15 cops in hot pursuit. They chased him across a busy highway, and unfortunately for him, he took a wrong turn and was apprehended in a handball court. The cops brought him back to the courtyard for us girls to identify. The cops told us to look for his clothes, which we did, and we found a navy suit with nice leather shoes, neatly folded in some of the landscaping around the pool area near our room. One of the local cops who was doing the arrest said that it was a shame this man did what he did because he was apparently Irish, and so was the cop. The man's name, or the name he gave the cops, was Mundy. I remember standing very close to the man. He was tall, very handsome, wavy brown hair and piercing blue eyes. I just remember thinking how incredibly handsome this man was, and why would such a nice-looking man do something so bizarre? He was very charming, had a beautiful smile. He kept smiling at me and the other girls. We were 15, 16, and 17 years old. Turns out this man gave a false name. His real name was Ted Bundy. Soon after returning home, within a few days or a couple of weeks, we saw on the news about Ted Bundy. We realized the man around the pool was not who he said he was that night, that he'd given a false name. It was definitely 100% Ted Bundy, not Mundy. We kept expecting a phone call from the local police or someone, but we didn't. So I'm not sure if the local cops ever put 2 and 2 together. The man was probably released after a quick appearance before a magistrate. I later learned Ted Bundy was in Tallahassee at that particular time after escaping prison in another state. He went on to kill women in the Florida area and was apprehended soon afterwards. This may not seem like a big deal to some of you, but as a parent, this was pretty horrifying to me. It was around 1 a.m. when I woke up to a loud bang that shook my walls. My husband was still asleep, but my 8-year-old daughter rushed into our bedroom just as I was getting to my feet. She was crying because her shelves had fallen over, and that was enough to scare me. They were heavy and mounted to the wall above her bed, I couldn't imagine how they would have fallen. That was my greatest fear when she wanted them over her bed, so they were extra secure. Not that I would tell her this, but they were installed with the assumption that she might try to climb on them. I followed her to the hallway to see an intensely bright light spilling out from her room, and started feeling like I was in the Twilight Zone. It reminded me of when people talk about UFOs and see a blinding light outside. I really didn't know what to think. We live in a tiny neighborhood in a tiny town. I mean, nothing happens here. When I got into her room, it was practically daylight thanks to the light spilling through her window. The shelves and the items that they held were scattered all over her bed and floor. I couldn't even get to her window, so I ran to the front door, and I saw a big truck crashed right into the side of my house, right on the other side of where my daughter's bed lay. The speed limit in our neighborhood is 25, and we live right at the bottom of a hill on a curve. To say I was furious is an understatement. The only thought I could process was how close I'd just come to having my entire world being blown apart. While dialing 911, I rushed over to the driver and instantly recognized him through the open window. Like I said, tiny town. Travis had been a year ahead of me in school, and he's known for drunk driving, but his mother is the police chief. So yeah, nothing ever happens to him. He was snoring while I explained the situation to the dispatcher, and I had to shake him awake. Travis jerked to attention, jumped out of the truck, and hovered over me, screaming that I wrecked his truck into his friend's house. When I tried to correct him, he shoved past me so hard I fell to the ground. That's when my husband finally came out, and Travis immediately ran up to him, asking if he saw that crazy bitch wreck his truck. He was belligerent, had no clue where he was or what he had done. When police arrived, they tried to put him in handcuffs, and he literally punched one of them while screaming that this was his friend's house and to go arrest the bitch that wrecked his truck. He was pointing at me, calling me every name in the book, while threatening my life. It took 3 of them to get him in handcuffs, and that only lasted until his mom arrived. She asked to speak with my husband in private. In the end, Travis got off scot-free again, and we got our wall fixed. I was livid. I'm still livid. No one did anything. My daughter could have died. He could have died. No one cared. I had to watch while 3 officers uncuffed that drunk piece of shit and helped him into the back of his mom's car. Just before they closed his door, I heard one of them say the bitch was getting arrested and not to worry about it. They sat there and fed his delusions right in front of me, like he'd just hopped a curb instead of driving a truck through my kid's room. The scariest part about all of this is that he wrecked another truck the following week. He was drunk again, but luckily, no other people were involved. It's only a matter of time before he kills someone. It's absolutely terrifying that this kind of crap still flies under the radar in 2024. The police down here don't care about body cams or witnesses because they've been getting away with this garbage for generations, and not one of them has ever suffered a consequence. I'm ashamed of my hometown. It disgusts me. I just moved out of my parents' house and was living over the top of my dad's business. It was a funeral home, so it was common for florist deliveries. However, there was a sign on the door that no deliveries were accepted after 5 p.m. But someone came to my door with a bouquet of flowers. I wasn't seeing anyone at the time and knew of nobody who might bring me any. It was late and it was a bad area, so I didn't answer the door. I had video surveillance at the time, and I could see the person on the monitor. They were knocking, banging, and ringing the doorbell. They seemed to know that someone was living above the funeral home and would stop and look up at the windows. I watched as they walked away, leaving the flowers. I went downstairs, but not wanting to open the door, I waited out of view. Sure enough, the person came back for the flowers. The next day, I heard on the news that someone living over another nearby funeral home was assaulted by someone delivering flowers. While a freshman at the University of Utah, I met and had lunch with Ted Bundy on several occasions, while he was a first-year law student at the same school. Please don't judge the U of U based on either of our attendance there. Now, my getting to know him was just for a few weeks prior to his becoming a suspect in murders of young women in Utah. My impression of him was that he was very interested in women, which would send up no flags. I mean, all of us at that time were obsessed with sex and the opposite sex. But that being said, there were certain things that he would do that bothered me, and in retrospect, they were small clues. He was a handsome law student, so young women were always talking to him. But if they had to leave, like go to class, he would grab them by the arm and hold them there. If one was to do that today, one would be kicked in the testicles by most women I know. He would stare at women in an intense, almost creepy way, but he would never tell anyone what he was thinking. Today, I keep wondering if he was imagining killing them. It horrifies me, even today. I wish I could tell you that I saw one or more signs of his being a sociopath. But back in the late 70s, I don't think I'd even heard the word. And certainly there was not a copy of the DSM-V lying around for me to check off each diagnostic criteria. At best, I thought he was a narcissist. But even that was based on a Psychology 101 understanding of personality disorders. But it was the 70s, and it was really cool to hang out with a guy who had a lot of girls chasing after him. He gave me a ride in his Volkswagen, which he used to prey on women, and which ultimately led to his capture. I keep thinking about that car, and all I remember was that it was neat, and the passenger's front seat seemed loose. I even commented about it. Later, I found out that he would remove the front seat to hide women he had abducted. That really freaked me out years later. When I learned that he was executed in Florida in 1989, I was happy. I'm opposed to capital punishment, but for me, Bundy was an exception. He had no place in the roles of humanity, and the world is a tiny bit better off without him. During my sophomore year of college, I moved to an apartment. It was a small private development with about 20 ground-level apartments lying down both sides of the street to a cul-de-sac. We paid the owner by mail, and the only other employee was a maintenance guy named Roy. Roy would often be around doing odd chores, cutting the grass or taking care of the pool. He was friendly and often engaged residents in conversation. Just small talk. The first time I got creeped out was when we were planning a keg party at the apartment. It was coming up Friday night. Roy was out by the pool earlier in the week and struck up conversation. He made a comment. If you're going to throw a party, make sure you don't throw a bunch of trash around the pool so I have to clean it up. I figured one of the invited guests had run their mouth and thought nothing of it. It bothered me, though, that he knew something, but he seemed cool about it. One night we were wrestling and accidentally put a foot through the plaster. It left a big 6-inch hole in the wall by the bathroom. Luckily, we had a friend that could come patch it up so we wouldn't have to bother maintenance. I was taking the garbage down and I saw Roy. He started talking and said, "You need to get that hole fixed? I can come and do it." "What hole?" I asked, feigning ignorance. "The one you knocked in the wall while horseplaying," he said. I was livid. One of my roommates had snitched us out. I told him to come by any time. I even agreed to pay him $40 for fixing it. My roommates all denied telling him. I knew that someone had because he knew about the hole. We all started comparing stories, and we discovered that Roy had caused similar weird what-the-hell moments among all of us. One guy related how he knew his sister's name, though she had never been there to visit. Another said that he had asked him about a particular brand of CD player that apparently he'd been using, but Roy knew that before he had even figured it out. He went back to his apartment and looked and just thought that was kind of weird. One day, as I was sitting on the toilet, I got an eerie feeling like I was being watched. I looked up at the cover where the fan had been, the one that had never worked since we moved in, and through the grill slates, I saw a set of eyes looking back at me. I blinked in disbelief, and they were gone. I finished up and went outside to the attic access point. Roy met me as I was walking around the building. "Everything okay?" he asked. "Fine," I said. I knew he was the culprit. I didn't know what to say. I figured it was my word against his. I didn't say a word. I went back to my apartment and told my roommates. We covered the vents with a piece of cardboard. A couple days had passed and I saw Roy leaving the apartments. I got my roommate and we raced around the attic entrance. I wanted to see how much he could see. Upon entering, I found an elaborate plank walking board that took you all over the attic. All of our apartments were connected. I could go in any direction, and there was a place to spy on the apartment below. I quickly realized that no one's fans worked because they'd all been removed. This is a real story that happened to me back on New Year's Eve 2009. I was 13 years old, and me and my family, my mom, my dad, my little sister, we were leaving an event at the Christian Center in the Hilltop neighborhood of Tacoma. My mom was in the driver's seat, Dad sitting in the passenger. I'm sitting behind Dad, and my sister's asleep in her car seat next to me. The church traffic had all dispersed by the time we'd left because my mom volunteered us to help clean up and put away chairs after the event ended that night. The road we take to leave has 4 lanes, 2 for each direction. The right lane will eventually become a turn-only lane into a dead-end cul-de-sac, while the others continue straight. My mom was driving in the right lane, but a sudden influx of traffic didn't allow her to merge to the left lane. So, she flipped on her blinker and turned right. Then she took another right down another neighborhood street that stopped at a dead end. There were a group of teenagers at the far end of the road. We can see them lighting off fireworks. My mom pumped the brakes and began to cautiously drive towards them. In order to leave this neighborhood, the only turnaround is at the end of the block, where the kids are. We approach at a snail's speed, and while I can't see the road, I can hear the fireworks growing louder. I plug my ears, but a pop that's brightness filled the car also had an explosion loud enough to wake up my sister. She started to cry, and I thought the right thing to do would be to shield her ears instead of mine. The constant sound and the feel of the fireworks going off by our car was startling, each one that blew up. It lit the interior of the car like a flashbang, and it hurt my eyes. My dad closed the air vents because they started sucking in the smell of firework smoke. My mom was steering the car counterclockwise around the loop. From the back passenger window, I could see 2 groups of people, one on the outside of my window, and then a smaller group, around 6 kids, that chose to stay in the middle of the street when the crowd parted for our car. This group of 6 was in the center, all still lighting off fireworks next to our car, almost as if they were trying to antagonize the vehicle's occupants into a confrontation. While this is happening out the left side of the window, from the right side, one guy approached the car. My dad saw this and locked the doors. Thankfully, the guy didn't even try for the handles. Instead, when he got to the car, he cupped his hands above his eyes. The metal of his watch clinked against the glass when he tried looking into the tinted windows on the front side passenger. Inside the car, everything happening around us is overwhelming to the senses. My mom was doing her best to navigate this right turnaround and not hit one of the many kids or cars parked in the loop. The guy who came up looking in the windows leans off to the side of the car, communicates to the group that he doesn't know who's in the car. I can hear the others outside also questioning one another, on if they've noticed the suspiciously slow rate in which we're driving through. My dad tells my mom to speed up a little, but she ignores him. If the cul-de-sac was a clock, we would have entered at 6 and crawled our way backward around a guy that approached our car when we were close to 10 on this hypothetical diagram. My dad talks about speeding up at about the 9 mark. When our car gets to a hypothetical 7, we're almost out of the loop. My hands are still over my little sister's ears, and I'm periodically leaning over so that she could see me, and the act of doing this, I believe, saved my life. When our car got closer to the exit, everyone's attention had been focused straight out the front windshield. So I get my head down close to my little sister's, quietly reassure her that we're almost out of there. She was 2 at the time, and the sound of a bottle rocket igniting had quickly sent her into tears again. I stayed hunched over her, whispering, trying to soften her cries, but right after the bottle rocket hissed into the sky, there was a round of 6 back-to-back booms, louder than any of the others. It's so loud, the window next to me completely shatters. The glass that didn't fly into my hair falls into a pile in the seat that I'm buckled into. Almost right after my window disintegrated, the rear windshield behind me shattered into a million pieces. My ears were ringing and I had no clue what was going on. In this shock, the only thing I knew to do was stay over my sister. My parents were yelling in the front seat, but I couldn't hear everything they were saying, and then I felt my body get pulled back into my seat. Our car engine revved loudly, and a cold wind began rushing into the back seat through the open area where my window used to be. As my mom retraced our way back to the main roads, she slid into some cars out of the neighborhood, but none were enough to slow her down. When the noise of the fireworks and the crowd were gone, my mom frantically starts asking if everyone's all right. Me and my sister are okay. My legs were cut up from some of the broken glass, but none of it landed on my sister. My mom starts typing in directions to the closest emergency room. Typing on the GPS, she asks again, directing the question at my dad. "William, are you all right?" His breathing was labored. It sounded like he was in pain when he took a breath to reply. He tells my mom no. It feels like a hot poker was stabbed into his shoulder blade. My mom releases the death grip that she'd had on the steering wheel, and the knuckles in her fingers crack when she reaches over to feel around his back. Her hand is reeled back in horror, and as my dad let out a low grunt filled with agony, the palm of her hand was wet with blood, and the back of my dad's shirt was soaked. Both hands on the wheel, my mom's again white-knuckling it to Tacoma General. When we got to the emergency room, my mom unbuckled her seatbelt, ran inside screaming for assistance. The keys are still in the ignition, and it sits diagonal and idle in the patient drop-off while the doctors run a stretcher out to the car and drag my dad onto it. Every little moment from his chair to the gurney makes him scream out in pain. Then he, the doctors, and my mom all run inside, with me and my sister being left alone in the car until my mom comes back out to get us and repark the car. When she gets in, I ask what happened to Dad. My legs were lacerated and bloody from the broken glass, and that's what I thought had happened to him. It wasn't, though. My dad was bleeding a lot more than my cuts were. His blood hadn't soaked his favorite Sonics t-shirt by way of glass cuts. His blood was coming from a bullet wound. The bullet chipped his collarbone and broke a rib before it slowed down 2 centimeters from his lung. We all sat quietly in the waiting room, my legs swinging nervously. The reality of what had just happened hadn't fully sunk in yet, but the image of my dad's bloodied body, it replayed over and over in my head. Finally, after what seemed like the whole day, my mom returned from the trauma unit. Her face was pale and her hands were shaking, but she also looked relieved. "He's going to be okay," she said, her voice cracking. "They stopped the bleeding. They're monitoring him now. The doctors say he's really lucky. Hearing that, it made some sort of tension in my chest loosen up a bit. My dad wasn't out of the woods yet, but he was alive. When we were finally able to see him later, my dad sat up in his hospital bed looking weaker than I'd ever seen him look. But he managed a faint smile as we entered. He took a shallow breath, winced, and gave us a nod. "I'll be fine," he said hoarsely. "We're all fine. That's what matters." And he was right. We were fine, but we weren't the same. Something about that day changed us all a little bit. In the weeks and months that followed, my dad worked hard to recover physically, but the mental scars were harder to heal. We struggled. The sound of a car backfiring or a sudden loud noise would send us into a panic. None of us could look at an emergency room without our stomachs turning. That day left some scars, some visible, some invisible, but it also left us with a fierce gratitude for the second chance we were given. Life would never be exactly the same, but we were alive and we had each other. And for that, I'm still thankful. I was driving home after another late night at work. The road was pitch black, the kind of darkness that kind of swallows everything around it except for the narrow beam of your headlights. Out here in the middle of nowhere, it was just me, the trees, and the occasional nocturnal animal darting across the road. My house wasn't much further, just a mile, and I'd be safe inside. And then, out of nowhere, a figure burst from the woods and staggered into the road. I barely had time to react. I swerved hard, adrenaline instantly flooding my veins as my tires skidded on the gravel road. The figure was a woman, her body illuminated in the flash of my headlights. She was covered in blood. Her face was that of someone who was terrified, and she screamed, waved her arms frantically. My first instinct immediately wasn't heroic. I was panicked. My heart pounded as I veered around her, gripping the steering wheel so tightly I remember my knuckles cracking. For a fleeting, shameful moment, I thought about just driving on. But as soon as she disappeared from my rearview mirror, guilt and fear overtook me. What if she was seriously hurt? What if she needed help? What kind of person would I be if I just left her there? I slammed on the brakes, and the woman was running towards my car now, limping, clutching her side. She looked like she could collapse at any moment. I unlocked the door and rolled down the window. My voice was shaking as I asked, "Are you okay? What happened?" Her words spilled out in a frantic rush, barely coherent. Her boyfriend had attacked her, beaten her, and he wasn't far behind. He was in the woods, she said, chasing her. The way her wide, desperate eyes darted toward the tree line made my stomach hurt. "Get in," I said, my voice firmer than I felt. The second she climbed in, I hit the lock button and stomped on the gas. My hands were trembling on the wheel. I kept glancing in the mirrors, half expecting to see a shadowy figure charging out of the woods. "We need to call the police," I said, fumbling for my phone with one hand while keeping the other on the wheel. My brain felt like it was moving through molasses. I was struggling to process what was happening while also scanning the road ahead and the darkness behind us. Her voice cracked as she begged me, "Please don't stop. Just don't stop. He'll catch us." I had no intention of stopping, though I doubted he was going to catch up with us on foot, certainly not with how I was driving. But there was no way I was going to wait on the side of the road with some violent maniac on our heels. I did call 911, my voice shaky as I explained the situation to the dispatcher. The operator asked me to wait for an officer to arrive at our location, but I cut her off, my voice sharper than I intended. "No, I'm not waiting. I'm taking her to the hospital. If he's out here, I'm not sitting on the side of the road like a sitting duck." The dispatcher relented, agreeing to have officers meet us at the hospital. I pushed the car as fast as I could dare. My eyes were flickering between the road, the rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights. When we finally reached the hospital, the bright lights of the emergency entrance felt like a lifeline. 2 police cruisers were already waiting, their blue and red lights flashing. I pulled into the drop-off lane, and the woman bolted out of my car, collapsing into the arms of a waiting nurse. I sat there for a moment, gripping the wheel. My body was still vibrating with adrenaline. Even as the police took my statement, I couldn't shake the feeling that the man that she was running from might have been closer than I realized, just out of sight, watching us the whole time. I've decided to share my story as a cautionary tale for anyone who happens to live in an area with high crime rates. My husband was a first-year surgical intern when we got married in 2012. And I'm a hairstylist, so needless to say, we weren't making much money. We wanted to get our own place so badly that we settled for a small, cheap house in a bad area. We'll get cameras and fix it up. It'll be romantic. We told ourselves all the usual lines, made it sound like an adventure. Well, I guess in a way it was, just not the kind we wanted. Anyone in the medical field will know the hours are insane, but interns are a next level of extreme. When they're not working, they're on call. But even when they're not on call, most of them are still at the hospital, trying to get in extra labs or just hoping for an opportunity to get hands-on experience. We were too young and naive to consider these factors when buying that house. Had we understood how often I would be spending the nights alone, things would have been handled differently. 2 weeks into living there, I took Ben's dinner to the hospital, and when I got back home, one of the windows was broken. Not wanting to go inside, I called the police and waited for them at the convenience store. After they checked the house, I discovered our TVs, along with our iPads, computers, most of our kitchen appliances, had been stolen. It was heartbreaking. We couldn't afford to replace any of it right away. I've never had anything like that happen to me, and this was a small incident by comparison. We got a few things back over the next couple of weeks, as people tried to pawn certain items, but most of it was gone forever. We really couldn't afford anything like ADT, but we got a few cameras. Not that they helped. It's just the best we could do. A few months later, I was home alone for the night watching TV when there was a loud bang in the kitchen. I looked into the other room to see a man in a black ski mask standing before the open back door. He had just kicked it in. We made eye contact for a brief second before he charged at me. I took off towards the front door, but too slow. As I tried to unlock it, the man grabbed me from behind, threw me to the floor. I was screaming the whole time, but that's when he kicked me, and I immediately went silent. There was this huge bruise across my side for weeks. I'll never forget that level of pain and fear. I genuinely thought I was going to die. I couldn't think at all. I was just acting on pure instinct. The guy began looking around the room like he was searching for something, and my hand shot under the couch where I had stashed one of my old softball bats. Worried that I wouldn't be able to generate as much force with a swing, I rammed the end into his crotch. He dropped to his knees with an awful cry. When I tried to run, he grabbed my ankle, and I fell back onto the ground. As he pulled me towards him, I turned, swinging the bat as hard as I could, without knowing where it would strike, but it connected with the side of his face, sent him sprawling backwards. When my ankle was free of his grasp, I ran out of the open back door and called 911. I was so frightened that I hid in my neighbor's bushes until they arrived, but the guy was long gone by then. It won't surprise you to learn that he was never caught. I doubt the police even looked. That neighborhood wasn't exactly a high priority for them. But yeah, I couldn't stay there after that. So Ben and I lived with my parents for almost a year while we sold the house and got a new place. This time we waited until we could afford to live somewhere we felt safe, and we're very happy about that now. Just be careful when you're making those kinds of decisions. Don't let silly things get in the way of smart choices. I'd just started dating a girl from Leeds, a good few miles away from me. I was pretty engrossed with this girl. She was my first, so subsequently I missed the last bus home and had to walk. Her family were dead against me spending the night. So off I set. It was around 11 p.m., and I lived about 7 miles away, so I had at least an hour's walk home. I started thumbing a lift. There wasn't much traffic, but I lived in hope. I'd been walking for about 20 minutes when I heard a car in the distance behind me. I stuck out my thumb and prayed. The car stopped and the front passenger door popped open. I should explain I had fairly long black hair then. I wore it in a ponytail. So I climbed into the car and the driver just stares at me for a good 10 seconds. His first sentence was, "I thought you were a girl," which wasn't quite as weird as it sounds, but he did seem a little bit peeved that a spotty teenage lad had gotten into his car instead of a girl. He asked where I was off to, so I told him it was the next village. It was on his way, and it wasn't a problem. Quick 10-minute car journey. Anyway, he started chatting about mundane stuff, football mainly. Then he asked if I had a girlfriend, and if I fucked her tonight. With that, he tried to grab my hand, laughing and asking to sniff my fingers. I was really freaked out by this. I was quite a naive young lad back then. He then proceeded to tell me about his last girlfriend and how he'd ripped her because she wouldn't give him sex. I tell you, all I wanted to do was get the fuck out of that car. My village was fast approaching, and at my road end, I asked him to stop and drop me off, which, thankfully, is what he did. As I got out, he said, "You're a lucky lad. There's a lot of nasty bastards out here who'd have robbed you and took you for a ride." I mumbled my thanks and legged it home like the devil was chasing me. I was so bloody scared. 3 weeks later, on the national news, I saw the bloke who gave me a lift. He was charged with the rape and murder of several young women around my area. His name was Peter Sutcliffe. He's still in prison, and he was the reason I stopped hitchhiking. Just 1 year ago, I was on the computer at 11 p.m. while sitting at a desk beside a window. Mind you, I live in a ground floor apartment, so I'm used to seeing people walk by, but nothing like this. I had my headphones in, listening to music, when I hear some sort of unrecognizable background noise. I take off one headphone, then the other. The noise is then clearly coming from the window. Almost a scratching noise. I was scared shitless at this point. The noise began growing louder. I finally grew the balls to get up and walk over to the window. I had to move the slat in order to see what was making the noise. I moved the slat ever so slowly, and I see a man, face to face in the window. I was horrified. A burglar, serial killer, stalker. To make it worse, he looked so angry that I had noticed him. Oh, hell fucking no. Fuck. I think I said this out loud. I quickly flipped the blinds back, stand frozen in my room for 5 minutes. By this time, the noise came back. I quickly turned on the lights in my room, and I flipped the blinds over again to see the man running away. I then take the time to plan out what I'm going to do next, when all of a sudden I hear knocking on my neighbor's door, followed by a scream. Holy shit, I'm gonna die. I take a bag and a jacket, and I run into the hallway and out the side door, going to my friend's place for the night. When I get there, we call 911. They say they've already had a report for that address. I came back the next morning to find out that the man in the window had knocked on my neighbor's door, probably thinking it was mine. He punched my neighbor in the face, ran into his kitchen to grab a knife. Luckily, his friends were over at the time, and they tackled the man, holding him captive until the police could arrive. Had it been me, a teenage girl who was home alone, I don't think the story would have ended so happily. I don't think I'll ever forget how lucky I am. When I was in 7th grade, so 12 or 13 years old, my best friend got sick with mono and had to stay home from school for several weeks. As an excuse to basically just talk to her through the window, I agreed to drop off her homework after school. I gave her mom the papers and she offered to drive me home like she always did, and I declined like I always did. The walk was short and I appreciated it. When I was a couple blocks from my house, I saw my 6-year-old brother and a neighbor that was about the same age starting to get into a stranger's car. Immediately, I screamed at him. I threw my backpack in the air and started running towards them. They hesitated on getting in, focusing their attention in my direction. And with that, the man in the car took off with the doors open. Catching up to them, my stupid little brother turned to me and was very mad. The neighbor, confused little boy. Apparently, and of course, the man had promised them candy if they got in the car. And because of me, he had no candy. He stomped off towards the front door, while I collapsed in the dirt by the road near our house. I don't scare easily, but that time, I was terrified. I remember telling my parents what happened and their reaction being that my brother wasn't allowed to travel outside without me present. Not much of a reward for saving his life, but I was sure to drill into him the importance of never stepping foot in a car with a stranger. I didn't go into every gruesome detail, but he knew about John Wayne Gacy when I was through with him. I didn't care if I scared him. That was the point. I'd like to think I saved his life multiple times, thanks to those lessons. I don't know if this constitutes as a wild AA story, but I wouldn't have it if it weren't for AA, so here goes. Obviously, names have been changed. Attending my Thursday meetings, there were a few regulars that I got to know. Gail was an older woman with box-dyed black hair and a different Slipknot shirt for every day of the week. In her 20s, she was selling sex and drugs for a local biker gang in Nevada. Some of the stories that she'd share at our meetings would make even the most hardened addicts blush. If Gail could live her insane life and turn it around, there was hope for any of us that walked through those doors. No matter how down and out they were, Gail probably had a story just a little bit worse, just a little more tragic. I know she was probably a raging narcissist, right? That's what I thought too. But she had receipts to back up every claim. Knife wounds, bullet wounds, a criminal rap sheet, and a scar on her leg she received from a branding iron that looked like an X with a half circle around it. She was the real deal, and man, could she tell a good story. Gail, despite her abrasive presence, still managed to have the brightest, most welcoming presence in the room. I looked forward to attending meetings because I enjoyed listening to her speak. She made you feel warm, even in the wintertime. However, the stories she would share during our smoke breaks were some of my favorites. She didn't have to hold back then. She could glorify these experiences all she wanted, and she had some insane experiences. Not just from when she was using, but from the days that she was sober and still working the streets. The story I'm sharing isn't one of Gail's trials and triumphs. It wasn't even one that she told everyone in a meeting. It was one of those coveted outside smoking a cigarette stories. And this time, she was telling me about her days as a high-class escort in Vegas. She was one of 3 girls that the bikers would present to only their top clients. Millionaires with drug habits, celebrities or mafia men, rich evangelical preachers with mega churches in Texas. Gail made bank doing what she did, and she was treated nicely as well. Clients paying in the thousands aren't usually the type to be violent. It also helped that she was driven to the location and picked up by a black Escalade filled with gang members waiting in the parking lot, an added fee for both Gail's and the client's safety. They would remain completely undisturbed unless Gail gave the signal from the window of the hotel. There was always the risk that they could kill her before the gang made it up to the room, but Gail never worried about the small stuff like that. One day her pimp gathers the girls together and asks if any of them could pass a drug test right now. Gail's the only one that raises her hand. She just so happened to have lost custody of her kid and had to be clean for 6 months before she could fight the courts to get him back. The kid's story, now that was a sad one that she did share in a meeting. Gail relapsed before she could regain custody of her son, and he'd be shipped off to his uncle with cancer in Baltimore. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not going to keep going on that one. Let's just say something happens and her son never makes it to Baltimore, and Gail enters the darkest period of her life. But again, rewind, sorry. Gail must have affected me more than I knew. Maybe after this I'll write her memoir. But for now, I came to tell you the story and I'll get back to it. Pretend you hear the sound of a VHS tape rewinding. Gail, a young, bubbly, high-dollar escort, the only hooker with a raised hand after her pimp Travis asks if there's any recent drug use. She was clean for 3 months. Travis takes Gail out and dresses her in the nicest things, gets her hair and nails done, a new pair of heels for her client that night. She's told that he's an international visitor from Europe, that he insists on his escorts being narcotic-free. She'd be meeting him in a suite at the top of the Flamingo. When the elevator doors opened up, Gail saw 2 security guards standing outside the door. Apparently, they were almost as tall as the door they were guarding. From the way their clothing hung, it was clear they weren't adorned with bulging muscles, like the regular goons Gail was used to seeing. But the 2 men standing there were equally menacing in their own right. Both wore matching black suits, dark circular sunglasses, and bowler hats. Neither of the men say a word to her as she exits the elevator. They stay completely silent as Gail's frisked, and every pocket and crevice she has is checked. Then, one security guard beeped the walkie-talkie on his shoulder twice, and the suite doors opened up. Gail's seen close to every penthouse suite, rooftop mansion, golf course, luxury Las Vegas can offer. It wasn't the suite that had her stumbling on her heels when she walked inside the double doors. In the living room area, the couch had been slid up against the wall, and the large, thick rug that was usually under the couch was rolled up in the corner as well. Where the rug should be is now 4 big blue plastic tarps taped together, covering the living room floor up to the walls. Directly in the middle of the tarp is a hospital bed and an IV and other tubes hooked up to a medical device. The sight made her stop. She wasn't but a few steps into the door, but then she tried to backpedal. She bumped into her client. Gail jumps away in fright, landing onto the blue tarp. The man that was standing behind her walls forward from the dark entryway to better reveal himself under the small chandelier that had decorated the living room. In a thick German accent, he apologized for the scare and introduces himself as Elijah. Being on the floor for her first sight of this man, she describes him from the ground up. He's dressed nicely. He wore expensive loafers under black business pants and a dark cardigan. He was handsome, looked to be in his 40s. He wore the same dark circular sunglasses as his security did. He extends a hand to help Gail up. She accepts his gesture, and the blue tarp loudly crinkles as she stands. The first thing Gail asked Elijah is, "Are you going to murder me?" To her relief, he says no. Her next question is if the doctor setup was a kink and if she's playing the nurse or patient. Elijah casted her as the patient in their little scenario they'd be playing that night. Gail's ushered to the gurney, and she approaches it with noticeable hesitation, but hops on. Elijah's quiet as he straps her arms down. Gale thinks it's weird his face hasn't changed expressions during this. He wasn't getting turned on by what was happening. His lack of enthusiasm started making her feel a little self-conscious. As crazy as this was, she would have much preferred a psychopath that was actually, into it. Elijah looked uninterested in Gale and mainly focused on plugging in medical equipment, tapping IV drips. Along with her arms and legs, her forehead was also strapped down tightly to the gurney bed. In situations like these, Gale was taught to never make the client feel bad and just be cool, unless it's a do-or-die situation. So Gale just smiles and says that she's just hoping that whatever he plans on them doing, they get it over quick. With her head strapped in, Gale's line of vision is basically straight up into the chandelier. She can hear Elijah quietly walking around her. Beside her, a bag is unzipped. Then, Elijah appears over her with a syringe. Seeing this in his hand, Gale starts sweating. She tries to hide the tremble in her voice as she lets out a playful laugh and asks, "What's the big needle for, Doc?" Elijah responds and finally tells her what exactly he had planned for the night. He tells Gale that the needles are to extract blood from the jugular vein in her neck. Tears grew in her eyes. Gale knew that she was completely helpless. "Why?" she asks. Elijah tells her, no more talking. It will wiggle the needle once it's in her throat. Then a poke of pain radiates into Gale's neck and down her shoulder. She can feel the needles gone under her skin, jabbed into her neck with lightning accuracy. A scream builds up in her chest, but Gale knows if she screams, the needle could possibly go deeper into her neck and do more damage. She didn't know what she was hooked up to. All she could see was the chandelier above her. A machine near her head starts beeping and buzzing. Gale can feel the blood being pulled from her veins. Her shoulder muscles begin to ache. Soon she starts to feel overwhelmingly woozy. Gale tells Elijah, "You're taking too much blood. Please, I think I'm dying." In her blurry vision, she can see Elijah appear over her again. He tells her she's not dying. He's not taking all of her blood. Through her growing headache, Gale can barely manage the pain. The straps make it impossible to squirm, and she's grinding her teeth until one of her molars breaks in her mouth. Eventually, it's all too much, and Gale blacks out. When she wakes up, her setting is completely different from what she remembered. She's disoriented, especially when she finds herself in a real bed this time, still in the suite at the Flamingo. Now awake, lying in the bedroom. Gale was weak from the loss of blood, and she was shocked to see only an hour had passed since she'd arrived. Elijah was standing underneath the doorframe of the room, staring at Gale, waiting for her to wake up. Under the covers, she pats her body. Aside from her shoes being removed, she was fully clothed. The bed was comfortable and clean. Elijah, seeing that she's up, quickly leaves the doorway and returns with a platter in his hands. He tells Gale, "You're going to like this." The fog wears off and reality sets back in. Where she is, what's going on. Again, it brings her to tears. When Elijah approaches the bed with the platter, she can hear metal sliding around, echoing in the dome container. He sets the platter on her lap, removes the lid to show a plate with 3 large chocolate chip and banana pancakes. The metal that she heard clinking around was a fork and knife. Gale says that they were the best pancakes she's ever had. Elijah leaves her to eat alone in the bedroom. When she's done, Gale gets out of bed, still weak, but able to stand on her own without holding a wall. As Gale exits the bedroom, Elijah's nowhere to be found. She doesn't look around for him. Instead, she runs through the living room, avoiding the gurney and medical equipment that's still set up. When Gail gets to the entryway, she grabs her purse and runs out the suite doors. She didn't turn around until she reached the elevator, and when she did look to see if anyone was after her, she saw that the security guards were also vacant from the hallway. The elevator doors closed. Next time they opened was in the lobby of the Flamingo. As the doors slid aside, she was met with the noise and chatter of the gaming floor. She tried to walk with as much composure as she had, as to receive the least amount of attention as possible. There were no mirrors in the bedroom. She had no clue what her appearance was like as she re-entered the public. Getting outside, she hurried to the parking lot where her ride was waiting. When she got in, she locked the doors and broke down in tears again. The men in the car asked what happened, preparing to go back up there. Gail tells them everything that happened, including the pancakes. One of the men still thinks that Elijah needs to be threatened, but Travis, who's sitting next to Gail in the back seat, tells the men to shut up. Then he tells the other man to drive. During the drive home, Gail feels a hole in her neck. It's tender to the touch. She asks Travis who those people were at the Flamingo, showing him the puncture wound. Everyone's quiet in the truck as they listened for Travis to answer. He'd been the point of contact for this arrangement. Travis inhaled. He knew in the truck with him were three of his closest confidants. Not to sound crude, but to use proper terminology when I say Gail was Travis's bottom bitch, his main girl. He owed it to her to tell the truth. Travis starts by explaining how he met the German client selling guns. Elijah contacted him later, telling Travis that he was coming to the States for a few days to personally pick up the guns, along with a leisure visit to gamble. He then makes one more request of Travis before disconnecting the call, asking Travis if any of his escorts have clean blood and that he'll pay high dollar for one. Needless to say, Travis is a bit taken aback by the question. Elijah can sense it on the phone, and he quickly follows it up by saying, "I'm not going to kill the girl. I'm not a sadist. Warm blood is a refreshing change from the sealed packs they bring while traveling." The man in the front passenger seat asks, "What does that mean?" And Travis says, "Elijah drinks the blood." Gail asks why, and he says he doesn't know. All he knows is that he was paying over $1,000 for a pint of her blood. He looks at Gail, and trying to be sweet, he says, "I didn't know anything else other than you were going to be okay in the end, and that's what's the most important part." "Sure, Travis, sure." Well, fast forward to the present or later. A month after the Flamingo, Gail relapses, gets picked up by the cops, turns informant, and sends a couple members of the biker gang to jail. Then she moves to where she is now, far, far away from Las Vegas. I'm sure plenty of people go their whole lives without having a gun pointed at them. Me, I've come face to face with one more than I'd like. The first time I was walking into a store when I was 16, I startled one of the men robbing the place. He almost shot me in the face. .45 automatic. Never saw anything so huge in my life. I remember closing my eyes because he was that close, and it seemed inevitable. But then he suddenly brushed past me and out the door. Crazy. Just a couple years later, 18 years old, walking my girlfriend home on New Year's Eve in the middle of a snowstorm. A guy ran out of an alleyway, pointed a gun right at my gut, robbed me. That one was a chrome .38 revolver. I wasn't even thinking of myself at that time, just really didn't want anything to happen to my girlfriend. Luckily, the man took off the moment he had my wallet. Not before whacking me real good with his revolver before taking off. Girlfriend was unscathed, so I considered it a win. I think the third time was probably the scariest. I was 28 years old, managing a liquor store. And by that time, I had a son. A guy walks in. He immediately looks suspicious, but before I can even register why, he's pointing a gun at me. This time, it's a Beretta 9mm. He makes me empty the register, and then he marches me into the back room, where he makes me open the safe. Once I do, he tells me to lie on my stomach with my arms spread out. I thought for sure I was about to die. I told the guy to literally take whatever he wanted, that nothing in the store meant nearly as much as my son at home. The guy sort of sighs is the best way to explain it. And before he continues to rob the place, he tells me, "Man, I'm not gonna kill you unless you try something. Don't try nothing and you're good." When someone's pointing a gun at your back while you're laying face down on the ground, you just kind of have to take their word for it. So, I took his advice and tried nothing. Though my life tried to flash before my eyes multiple times, a few moments later, he was gone. Yes, I own a gun. I live in a conceal and carry state. However, in this situation, it wouldn't have done me any good. The man got a jump on me, and I had to be smart about my next move. I've learned that people carry and use guns for a couple of reasons: to be intimidating to others and to protect themselves. This guy wasn't in a position to need to protect himself. He wanted to intimidate me. Had I found a way to get my gun, I think things would have honestly ended differently. I've always been a bit of a cynic when it comes to relationships, but I've just hit a new low. My primary job is writing, but I also wait tables part-time for a little lunch place downtown and volunteer at the food bank. It's only a few days a week, but recently, a man called Gabe came in and asked to be seated in my section. The hostess assumed he was a friend, and he did look vaguely familiar, but I didn't know him. When I asked if we'd met before, he said that I did a good job waiting on him a few months ago. It seemed like a reasonable enough story, so I took his drink order and didn't think any more about it. He looked to be around my age, and he wasn't unattractive, but even if I had been looking for a relationship, he wasn't my type. When I brought him his sweet tea and took his order, he asked a few questions about the menu and slid in a bit of small talk. That was all fine. Some people are just friendly, and he wasn't setting off any creep alarms. Then he needed 2 refills before he'd gotten his burger, so I left a small pitcher on the table and went back to work. All of my tables were full. I didn't have time to chat even if I wanted to. When I brought out his food, he was staring at me with a goofy look on his face. I laughed it off, asking if there was something in my teeth. And he said that I was just really beautiful. That's when I realized he had actually been flirting the whole time, and I worried my friendliness may have been misconstrued. Well, it clearly had been. Don't get confused, though. I'm really not all that special to look at. In my 2 years of waiting tables, I've been hit on maybe 2 times before that. It just isn't a very common occurrence, and the previous incidents were awkward but completely harmless, so I expected Gabe to be the same way. When I gave him the bill, he asked me to dinner that weekend, and I politely declined. That should have been the end of it. But he came back a couple of days later and repeated the whole process. Then we did it for a 3rd time a couple of days later. Once again, I said no, and he left without making a fuss, though my patience was wearing thin. That night I drove home, and I was off for the next few days. My only plans were to write and watch Netflix, yet at 9 a.m., I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. When I didn't answer, they started texting. The first one said, "Hey, it's Gabe. Call me back real quick." I still didn't know how he got my number, but since I didn't give it to him, I saw no reason to respond. And then, 5 minutes later, he said, "I'm running a little late, but I'm on my way. Call me when you get this." I assumed he was referring to the restaurant, like he'd decided to come sit in my section and call it a date or whatever, whether I liked it or not. That really rubbed me the wrong way, but since I wasn't at work, I decided to let it go for the time being. Then, a few minutes later, he sent, "Hey, can you call me real quick? I'm on Highland, but I can't remember if your house is the one with brown or maroon shutters." That terrified me. Not only did he know what street I was on, he had my house narrowed down to 2 possibilities. I ran to the window and peeked outside to see a blue truck creeping past. It went to the end of the street. It turned back to park on the curb between my house and the one with the brown shutters. The next message read, "I'm here. Can you come out front? I don't want to go to the wrong house." I'm not sure if he followed me home or what, but I felt there was no choice but to respond. I couldn't tell if he was genuinely delusional or if he thought this would actually manipulate me into going out with him, but it didn't matter. A strange guy was sitting outside my house, and I take that sort of thing pretty serious. Leaving no room for misinterpretation, I replied, "I don't know how you got my information, but you're not allowed on my property. If you don't leave immediately, I'm going to call the police." When he actually started driving away, it was like a huge weight lifted off my chest. I called a friend to vent, but after a while, if nothing else happening, I went back to writing and mostly let it go. That evening, just as it was getting dark, there was a knock on the door, and my blood froze. But then I looked outside to see a flower shop van and a uniformed man holding a large bouquet of roses. Gabe was the only person who could have sent them, and it was annoying that he wouldn't take a hint, but I didn't want to leave the flower guy hanging, so I opened the door. You guys probably already know that it was actually Gabe, but I almost puked when I saw his face. I dropped the flowers and tried to run back inside, but he got his foot in the door and came in behind me. Even as he cornered me in the kitchen, he was still talking like we were going on a date. He wasn't angry or aggressive in the traditional sense. It almost felt like an awful practical joke. I was cowering against the counter like a frightened child, and he stood over me, smiling like a lovesick puppy. He said that he had reservations for us, 8 o'clock for dinner. He grabbed my arm and started dragging me toward the door. I tried to pull away, and his grip tightened so hard that I screamed. When we got out of the house, my eyes frantically searched for anyone who might be outside. But I was out of luck. Where was everyone? I began screaming for help and tried to break free, but Gabe put one hand over my mouth, wrapped the other around my wrist, and forcefully put me into the flower van. Once he got me inside and back on the road, he began talking like we were on a normal date again, so I played along, while discreetly texting 911 between my legs and the door. I started by sharing my location and saying that I was kidnapped from my address in a blue truck with a man named Gabe. The operator said help was en route, and I continued sending location updates with each new turn. Finally, we passed a police cruiser that quickly turned on its lights and got behind us, but Gabe refused to pull over. Instead, he punched the gas, and we ended up in a full-blown police chase. I'm not sure how long it lasted. More and more cruisers joined in, and we eventually ended up driving into oncoming traffic. I screamed through most of it and forgot all about talking to 911. Eventually, we crashed into a guardrail, and Gabe tried to run away, but he was tackled to the ground. I let paramedics do a quick exam, and then an officer was kind enough to give me a ride home. I know things could have been much worse, but the whole ordeal was the most terrifying experience of my life. Not only was I forcefully removed from my home, I was almost killed in a high-speed collision on multiple occasions during the chase. Gabe was arrested and out on bond by the next day. I have a restraining order, but it doesn't feel like enough. The truth is that if he decides to come after me, a piece of paper won't be enough to stop him. I've put up extra cameras and bought new locks for the doors and windows, but it just still doesn't feel like enough. Anyway, thanks for reading. It at least helps to know I'm not the only person going through this. Upon returning from a morning walk to a campsite where a batch of teens under my care were sleeping under the stars, there was a big guy going from sleeping bag to sleeping bag, lifting the bags and looking in, even managing to unzip one far enough to get a glimpse of underwear. I stepped into sight, cleared my throat loudly. He looked at me, put his hands on a large knife that he was wearing. I was leaning against my car by the door that I'd left open earlier when grabbing my camera, and my .22 was lying on the back seat. I leaned in and pulled it out, then cleared my throat again. The low-life scum actually scoffed and lifted the edge of another sleeping bag. I racked the bolt, which spit around onto the ground. That sound told anyone with a brain that there was now a round in the chamber. He stopped and stared, so I slowly lifted the rifle. He took another step, so I sighted it on him, center of the chest, and said quietly, "Leave." I tracked him as he moved, and he finally got the hint that he really ought to be somewhere else. Several of the kids had actually been awake, watching. They'd asked if I really would have shot him. I could only say, absolutely. For a long time, I actually had nightmares where I did have to shoot him to get him to stop. I now think sometimes when I remember it, if only we'd had cell phones then, I could have gotten a picture of him as well. Guy's a creep. The darker part of me wishes I'd shot him. I worked overnight at a Subway inside of a 24-hour truck stop. One night around 3 a.m., a guy came in. Wasn't sure if he was drunk or intellectually disabled, but he seemed a bit off. He asked if I had a sandwich for him, and I thought that he meant he called in an order. I asked his name, and he took a few steps forward, and I saw that he was covered in blood. He told me I didn't need to know his name and to just make him a fucking sandwich. The truck stop hired off-duty state troopers to work security for part of the night, and we were all friendly. I asked the girl at the gas station counter to ask Hitchcock, the off-duty officer, to come help me with a customer. The officer was alerted to a problem without the guy realizing, and the officer came out and saw a trail of blood leading up to the guy, and when he walked up, the guy tried to run. They arrested him and found out that he'd been stabbed, but that he'd also stabbed another man to death and was gassing up the car, getting food to go on the run. He was in shock, didn't realize he was covered in blood. Back in 2021, my husband and I were camping in Wyoming at the Boysen Reservoir. We got really lucky, and we were able to book a beachfront site directly leading to the water, but the downside was that it was very, very far away from the other campsites. We were essentially isolated from everyone else. At the time, though, it sounded like a dream come true. The thing about Wyoming is that it's so desolate to the point where it's pitch black and eerily dead silent once the sun is gone. We set up our camp, enjoyed our fire, but shortly after that, a random SUV with blacked out windows came driving down our road and into our sight. They drove towards us. My husband tried to wave at them in case they were lost and needed help, but instead they ignored us and drove down to the beach, stayed there for about 5 minutes, turned around and went back up the way they came. We immediately got a bad vibe. My husband told me to throw everything in the car, and he kept shining the flashlight toward the beach because he had a feeling that they had dropped someone off to watch us. After we packed up, we got in the car and hauled ass. Lo and behold, the same car drove back into our campsite, and when they saw us leaving, they actually started to chase us. Mind you, the roads in Wyoming are bumpy and unkept, especially in the wilderness. On top of that, enormous wildlife that wanders in and out of the streets. My husband said, "I have to go fast. Are you okay with that?" And I said, "Just go and get us out of here." We were easily going over 80 miles an hour down these windy roads, and even through a canyon. They were on our tail for about 10 minutes until we lost them after passing through the canyon. Most terrifying experience of our lives. We think about it to this day, wonder what could have happened if we didn't listen to our gut at that moment. I grew up in the 90s, and my dad was a single parent who worked on an oil rig. Whenever he was gone on a hitch, I would be left with my Aunt Phyllis, who was the manager of our local mall. Her office had a small TV and VCR, which I sat in front of for 40 hours a week. When I got a little older, most of my time was spent in the game room. It was always like a second home, a safe place. I was happy there. As a teenager, my friends and I would leave our bags in my aunt's office while we saw a movie next door. One day, we returned right as Phyllis was leaving, and I had to use the bathroom. She was in a hurry and told us to lock the doors when we left. My friend Kaylee joked that we should stay hidden in her office until closing and spend the night in the mall. Our other friend, Lexi, thought it was a great idea, and I was never great with peer pressure. You know that movie, Home is Where the Heart Is, the one where Natalie Portman gets knocked up and lives in a Walmart? Yeah, that's why they wanted to stay there. Anywho, we called our parents and said that we were staying with someone else, locked up, and stayed quiet. The security guard rattled the door as he walked by, but that was it. We waited an hour after closing just to be sure everyone was gone. The stores were all locked up, but we had the run of everything else, including the giant jungle playhouse that was usually overrun with kids. We were climbing to the top of the slide when Kaylee screamed and pulled Lexi and I below the side rails. "Someone's still in here," she whispered. By then, we had been in there for over a half an hour, and we were being pretty loud, and it wasn't that big of a mall. If someone was still inside, they knew we were there. I stood up to speak with whoever she saw, but no one was there. It didn't make sense that one of the janitors would run from 3 16-year-old girls. We got worried that they might have preferred waiting for the police and decided to leave. But all of the doors were locked, a problem we didn't foresee because we were stupid teenagers. There was an exit through the back of my aunt's office, but a solid 12-foot gate blocked our way out of the alley. The longer we stood around trying to think of a way out, the more we began to realize that no police were coming. If no cops were called, then why hadn't we been confronted? And then that begged the question, had Kaylee even seen a real person? Or had she freaked out over a mannequin in a window? Finally, we decided to go back inside to check. It was past midnight, and there was no reason for anyone to still be hanging around. By this point, Lexi and I were positive Kaylee imagined it, but Kaylee insisted she saw someone turn the corner. A lap around the mall only confirmed our theory, but it did nothing to sway Kaylee's conviction. We returned to the playhouse where we settled in to wait for morning and eventually dozed off. It was about 2:30 when the playhouse started to creak and groan under the weight of someone new. I woke up seconds before the others to see the horrifying toothless grin of a tweaked-out homeless man through one of the bubble windows. I screamed. He screamed. Kaylee and Lexi screamed. And we all continued screaming as we scrambled out of the playhouse. As we ran away, the man chased us, yelling about how he told us rotten boys to stay out of his house. When I had a chance to look back, he was brandishing a large hunting knife and swearing to leave our heads on spikes. Though, in his next breath, he vowed to leave our hanging bodies on display. Either way, we weren't going to stop to see his preference. We wanted to barricade ourselves into my aunt's office, but the only way to get a barrier between us and the crazy man was to hide in the restrooms. We managed to get the door shut behind us when the crazy guy crashed into it with a loud bang. The force pushed all three of us back, but we managed to hold it against his assault. There were a series of terrible noises as he repeatedly stabbed and slashed at the heavy wooden door. We threw all of our weight against it, just hoping he would tire first. There was nothing we could move and nothing heavy enough to barricade, so our stamina was the only thing keeping us alive. It's amazing how fast the police turn into allies when your life is truly in danger. A few hours ago, we were simply the enemy, but now we couldn't dial 911 fast enough. I didn't care if I'd be grounded for 6 months. I just wanted to get the hell out of that mall. Luckily, Lexi had her phone. The operator was calm and comforting. He accepted our situation with no questions about how or why we were locked in the mall. Any doubts about the validity of our claims were put to rest by my friend's blood-curdling screams, and also by the psycho's promises to show us our intestines before we die. This guy was nothing if not a Rolodex of murder methods. He threatened to burn the mall down with us inside and about 100 other things while the operator listened and encouraged us to keep holding the door. At one point, it swung open enough for him to get the knife inside, and there was a sickening crack as the door slammed back onto it. Then, it was his turn to scream. Combined with the sound of his knife clattering to the floor, this provided a moment of euphoric relief, but it was short-lived. He began running and throwing his entire body into the door. If he wasn't so high out of his mind to notice, he probably could have gotten in with how far it opened with each impact, but we were very lucky that night, all things considered. It only took 5 minutes for the police to arrive, but those minutes felt like hours, and our bodies were jello by the end. The cops chased the crazy guy back to his playhouse, where they subdued him with minimal effort. They said he was a homeless man that had been in and out of prison since he was our age. Apparently, he too had the brilliant idea to live in the mall, only he wasn't playing pretend like we were. Needless to say, we were all grounded for lengthy periods of time, but at least my aunt thought it was funny. I was worried she would be upset with me, but she believed almost getting murdered was punishment enough, and she was positive I would never pull that stunt again. And she was absolutely right. This happened when I was in college, circa 2017, my junior year. Back then, I drove my dad's old Toyota Corolla, and it certainly didn't have fancy locks that automatically locked when I was driving, or that were automatic in any way. Normally, for this reason, I tried to keep all of my doors locked. However, on this night, I had been designated driver for all of my friends. I had just finished dropping everything off, and I was headed home for the night, and I didn't think to check the doors. Though, clearly, no one had locked the door, because while briefly stopped at a red light, a man suddenly opens the back door and dives into my back seat. He proceeds to tell me to drive. He didn't ask very nicely either. It was demanding. I was scared. Then the light turned green. I hesitated for one moment, and he told me that he didn't want to have to shoot me. He said this while pressing something against the back of my neck. I was wearing a scarf, but I could feel that it was something heavy. It felt like a gun. That's when my foot hit the gas, and I sort of went into autopilot for several moments as he told me where to go. As we drove further in a direction I wasn't familiar with, I couldn't help but start crying. I don't know if he heard me or saw me through the rear view, but my tears did not make him happy. He started swearing at me to shut the fuck up, that I better not make things worse or harder than it needs to be. I remember thinking I really should shut up, but I couldn't get myself under control. We kept driving until we were eventually in a more residential area. Not a nice one, I should add. We were for sure in front of a crack house, and I could feel myself sweating, becoming increasingly more panicked about the situation. The guy orders me to parallel park, and all I can think about is how much harder it will be to leave in this situation. But I'm still feeling confident that I can attempt it once he exits the car, unless he makes me go with him. The thought of being removed from my car was horrifying. I needed for that not to happen at all costs. I racked my brain for excuses to stay in the car, but then he ordered me to do exactly that. That's when I noticed a big man on the front lawn of this house. A heavily armed big man, and he was getting closer to my car. Backseat dude gets out, and that's when I see that he's truly armed with a weapon. He gets patted down by the big man on the lawn. The big man removes his weapon while pointing in the direction of the house, as if giving him permission to go inside, and almost instantly the big man's attention is back to me. He stands right outside my driver's side door, aiming one of the larger guns down at me, finger on the trigger, all while staring at nothing but my hands. I remember sitting there wishing there was anything I could do safely to remove myself from the situation. The most tormenting part was that I had a fucking gun in my glove box. I just knew I wasn't going to have a chance to grab it before possibly getting shot to pieces myself. Not to mention, my single stack didn't stand a chance against whatever this guy was holding. All I could seem to do in any of these moments was look at my surroundings and look at the clock. After an agonizing 11 minutes, the backseat man returns. For 1 second, the big guy has to take his gun and eyes off of me, but I panicked before he's already looking back at me, and the guy is getting back into my back seat. Once again, armed. He's immediately barking orders at me, telling me where to go. For the most part, he didn't say anything. This gave me some time to think. I considered driving to the police station, until I realized that I had no idea where it was. I started to brainstorm what excuse I could come up with to have to stop this car again. Almost 10 minutes had passed since we'd left the crack house, but dude was really just having me drive in circles. I had no idea what his game plan was. During that time, I told him I had to pee. He told me he didn't care. I told him I needed to call my roommate so that she didn't get worried. He told me to fuck off and keep driving the loop. So I did. I managed to stop myself from crying several times, but I was absolutely hopeless. We'd stopped at a few stop signs on this 10-minute drive, and at each one, I considered tucking and rolling right out of the car and letting it keep going. But again, I didn't act. I just panicked, imagining this guy shooting me right there, me dying, alone. How incredibly devastated my parents would be. I knew I was on the verge of a full-blown panic attack, and that's when I saw the dude was lighting something back there. I smelled something chemical-esque, and it was harsh, coming from the back seat. This guy was absolutely getting high as fuck in my back seat. The smell was disgusting. I didn't know what it was, and I didn't want to know. But part of me was thinking, if he's using his hands to smoke that shit, where's the gun? Since it was dark, I was confident that I could at least reach for my phone in my purse. It was near my lap. So I slid my right hand into my purse and glanced down to see if it lit up, and it did. As the man continued to smoke, I clicked the lock button 5 times. According to my dad and whatever he'd set up on my phone, this would call 911. I looked down but couldn't tell if the screen had changed. I really hoped it had. Please be calling goddamn 911 right now, I thought over and over. I was so focused on my plan working, I'd hardly noticed the guy talking to me. But then he raised his voice. He was demanding that I pull over. But by the time I realized where he was pointing, I'd missed the gas station. He yelled for me to turn around, to turn the fucking car around right now. He was adamant about hitting that gas station. So again, I listened to what he said, and I made a U-turn. Pulling into the gas station, I was discouraged at first that there were no cars there. But before I had even put the car fully in park, the backseat man was opening his door, yelling for me not to go anywhere. And then he jumped out of my car and vanished inside the store. I couldn't believe it. I was both stunned and so incredibly grateful at whatever stupid move this was. I immediately put the car in reverse and peeled out of that gas station so quickly not giving a shit if a cop or any other authority saw me. I was desperate to get the hell out of there. I actually found myself laughing hysterically on the way home, and that's when I remembered I'd tried to call the police. I grabbed my phone and could see that I had been unsuccessful in my attempts to call authorities. I'd been successful in escaping this strange criminal, though, and I was grateful that this experience turned out to be more scary strange than horrifying, life-altering. Really could have gone so many ways. Just be smart and always remember to lock your doors, save yourself the experience, and just take the lesson from me. I was about 10 or 11 years old. My grandmother and I lived in the projects in Racine, Wisconsin, USA. My granny wanted the best for me, so I went to a Catholic school on the other side of town. Before I started to attend, she and my aunt took me to the city bus stop, and we rode the bus to and from the school, just so I was comfortable with the route. I was not a naive child by any means. My grandmother was sickly, and I took care of her. I would ride my bike to the bank with money and a note to get the money orders for bills at that age. I was always taught not to talk to strangers and those types of things, so she was confident I would be okay. I remember like it was yesterday. It was the end of the school day, and it had been pouring rain. I mean, the rain was coming down in sheets. The city bus stop was about 2 blocks away from my school. I took a deep breath and started to run as fast as I could, with my backpack over my head. 'Cause, we don't play about our hair. Sometimes there was someone there waiting for the bus as well, but not this day. I stood at the stop in the rain for about 10 minutes. The bus usually came within that time, but not this day. I saw a brown-colored Chevy slowly pass the bus stop and didn't think anything of it. But shortly after, I saw the car coming back down the street. There was a male driving and a female in the passenger seat. The Chevy slowed down in front of me, and the lady rolled the window down. Instantly, I saw a weird look in her eyes, even though she was smiling. She said to me, "Hey, darling, it's pouring down out here. Would you like a ride?" I said, "No, thank you, ma'am." But strangely, they didn't pull off. I remember the man looked in my direction, which made me uneasy. Even at this young age, I was a watcher of people, their mannerisms and their eyes especially. She asked me again, with a bit more authority, to get in the car because she couldn't bear to see me drenched the way I was. I again said, "No, ma'am." I began to get scared. I didn't know why. I was thinking to myself, why aren't they pulling off? She asked why I was alone at the stop. "Where's your mama?" she said. I said, "I'm not alone. My brother just ran into the house to get his friend before the bus comes." That lie slid right out of my mouth. She started to open her door as if she were going to get out. So I ran and started beating on the random door next to me, instinctively screaming, "James, the bus is coming." Just then, I saw the bus in the distance. This startled her, and I heard the man say, "Close the door, Deborah." She did, and they pulled off, screeching, the tires and all. I don't know why I was trembling so bad, but I remember being terrified. No one ever did come to that door. I'm an only child, and there was no James. Years later, I was watching a crime show, and I saw a picture of Alton Coleman and Deborah Brown, and immediately I recognized the woman. Although I only saw the man from the side, I was sure it was him. The hair was unforgettable. I broke into a cold sweat all those years later. They had raped and murdered men, women, and children all across Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio. They were both subsequently sentenced to death. Alton Coleman was executed. Deborah Brown was ultimately sentenced to life in Ohio, but is still sentenced to death in Indiana, I believe. I'm certain, had I gotten into that car, I wouldn't be here today. I'm grateful I had the intuition that I did, even at that young age. It was a different time then. People were much more trusting. Between you and me, I was a split second from taking that ride because it was the end of the school day and it was pouring. When I was made aware my boyfriend was cheating on me, I broke it off immediately, right then and there. My friend texted me pictures and messages saying he was seen at an IHOP with another girl. I had suspicions he was creeping around, but it hurt all the same. The night I found out, we had plans for him to come over after work. Work was his code word for IHOP with some bitch. I would have never guessed that's what it meant, even though I did find a weird set of scratches on his back one morning after he got out of the shower. He had a believable excuse for that, too. Love will make you believe anything near plausible, and Cole could wind up a charming story with the snap of a finger. Thankfully, with this cold, hard evidence, I could finally accept the truth and move on. But it was a pretty horrible way to close a chapter in my life. The same night I received the picture, Cole's at my door, pounding like crazy, begging to be let in, refusing to leave until I talked to him. My friend/upstairs neighbor Zelly was over, consoling me when he showed up. She started yelling at him through the door, telling him to leave, but he stood outside knocking. Then he'd leave and call my cell phone 1,000 times, hanging up and calling again before the answering machine could pick up. My phone was constantly buzzing until he started pounding on the door again. His behavior escalated the longer he knocked. Soon he started shaking the door handle and putting his shoulder into the door frame until finally one of my neighbors opened their door. When this happened, he turned and walked out to the parking lot and entered his car. Zelly and I could barely see his car if we look out the back patio out to the street. A neighbor had apparently called the cops because we heard a few police officers walking around. Their flashlights move below our patio, and there's no sign that they've found anything. But they don't search the back parking lot where we saw him run. I had just experienced a loved betrayal, but I didn't want him to have a police record over this. He might have even been drunk, who knows, but if he would have met those cops that night, there would have been trouble. The cops leave and hours pass. Zelly and I attempt to take turns staying awake, just to keep an eye out and check on the car. During one of my power naps, Zelly shakes me awake. Cole's dome light had just turned on. Still groggy, I crawled out to look through the slats of the patio fence. The cold wind outside fully wakes me up again. It's easy to spot his car because it's the only illuminated cube in the dark parking lot. We'd also been keeping tabs on it all night before the sunset. All of this started happening around 5 or 6, maybe in the afternoon, but now it was the middle of the night. The light started getting partially blocked out, and it looks like the whole car had begun to shake like a little earthquake had hit it. Zelly had crawled up next and got to see it just before the shaking slowed to a stop again. The dome light turned off soon after the car was still. Was he coming back? There was no way to tell. The parking lot was concealed in darkness again. However, it wasn't long before we could see another light beginning to glow in the far parking lot. At first, we didn't know what we were looking at. Unlike how we saw the dome light, it wasn't instantly illuminated. What we were staring at began as a low, moving glow that quickly grew in brightness. Zelly and I realized that the light was coming from rising flames, engulfing the interior of the car. Then, the car door opens, and we hear screams fill the parking lot. A figure has jumped out of the flaming vehicle. He too is on fire. Zelly calls 911 while I continue to watch the burning man. He's flailing, rolling on the ground, all the while continuing to scream. The car is now completely on fire. Black smoke fills the parking lot. The smell of burning gasoline and rubber. It's enough to make us shut our own back sliding door. The smoke hung in the air long after the fire department put out the flaming car. The vehicle's occupant speaks to the police and firemen on scene. before leaving the charred mess in an ambulance. It was Cole. Later that afternoon, from my back patio, I could see the local news out doing a story about what had happened. The car had not been towed yet, and seeing it up close on the news was almost unreal. The report said a man had been sleeping in his car. He'd been attacked by a female assailant. The attacker entered his car around 1 a.m. He was stabbed multiple times, and his car was set ablaze after the attack. They didn't say his name on the news, but I knew it was Cole. His other girlfriend had followed him to my apartment. She came back later that night to commit the arson. When she found him sleeping in the car, her impulsive rage got the best of her. She stabbed him 3 times, none of which were fatal. It's been a decade since this incident happened, and I never saw Cole in person again. When he first got out of the hospital, he left a bunch of messages on my phone explaining what had happened in the parking lot that night. I answered none of them. Having a murderous ex-girlfriend, it'll always be a turn-off for me. So, I guess I'll just conclude my story like this. Cole, let's not meet again. It's impossible not to associate your name with the burning rubber smell that saturated my apartment for weeks. What did you do to piss that girl off so much? I know cheating is bad, but she wasn't even trying to talk about it. She went straight to burning your ass. And that kind of rage comes from deep within. I don't know. There's always 2 sides to a story. I guess after all these years, I'm still curious. I got to see her mugshot. She was pretty. But somehow, you got her all messed up in the head, ruining both of y'all's lives. What did you do, Cole? My mother had slipped and fractured her hip, so she was in the hospital for a while. During her time in the hospital, I would visit her in the evenings until closing time, and then go home. During that time, I struck up conversations with a younger male, who I assumed was also visiting family in the hospital. It would always be just the 2 of us at about 10 p.m. at night, bidding each other goodnight in the hospital car park. One night, I came out of my mother's room to meet him at the lifts on my way down. As we had shared snacks and recognized each other in various waiting rooms, I thought nothing of it when he offered me an unopened can of pop, as he was already also sipping on one. Before stepping into the lift, I opened my can and took a sip. By the time we reached the car park, I had drunk about 1/3 of my drink. Suddenly, my whole body just went numb. I felt like I couldn't swallow, blink, breathe, or even walk. I felt like my body had shut down. I watched as I sat myself on the ground, supporting myself on the man's leg. He told me to sit and wait for him, that he would get his car and drive me around to the emergency room doors. I was panicking, but I couldn't speak, just weakly nodded while struggling to breathe. I lay on the asphalt as his car pulled up, and he helped me into the front passenger seat of the car. It was a white, long car, station wagon type, and he kindly put the passenger seat back so I could lay back and rest. I drifted in and out of sleep, trying to work out why we had not yet arrived at the emergency doors. I don't drink alcohol anymore, but I've been extremely drunk before, and this is exactly how I felt now. I could not speak. My thoughts were jumbled, and my body was just not cooperating. I kept opening my eyes, and I could see light shining out of tall building windows as they flew past, but I couldn't squint or focus to properly recognize which part of the hospital these buildings belonged to. I then fell asleep. I was woken after a while because I was being rocked from side to side. I reached over to steady myself, and I touched a wall with knobs. Confused, I tried opening my eyes. I realized that I had touched the knobs of a car radio. As I slowly refocused my thoughts and tried to work out where I was, I suddenly felt extremely nauseous. I knew that I would need to throw up immediately if the rocking didn't stop. As I turned my head to the right, I felt a stream of cold air blowing directly on my face, and that calmed my stomach a bit, but the rocking didn't stop. Before I could say or mumble anything, I started throwing up. The car stopped, and the next thing I knew, I was dragged onto the ground by a pair of hands. I lay on my stomach, heaving and retching on the ground, and realized I was looking into pure darkness. I smelled dead leaves. I smelled soil. I smelled grass. The night air was cool and welcoming, and I was no longer rocking, so I felt better. Suddenly, I was jerked to my feet and pulled to the back of the car. The boot opened and I climbed in and laid down. The car then took off again, rocking and bumping. I had so much saliva drooling out of my mouth. I was sick again, but nothing else came out except for the sick, sweet aftertaste of that pop at the back of my throat. Sometime later, I woke up and slowly pulled myself up and peered over the back seat. We were driving along a dark lane lined with trees. Pitch black. As I rested my head on the back of the seat while dry heaving, I tried to focus and work out where we were. All of a sudden, I see a row of lights behind a row of trees to my left. They suddenly disappear, but give my muddled mind enough time to think, why are we driving in a ditch? After some more driving, the car swings into a little lane to our left and comes to a halt, and the headlights and engine are switched off. The front door opens and slams. I lie there trying to open my eyes and focus, but I'm so dizzy. I feel like my eyes are whipping from side to side, so I keep them closed. I tell myself not to fall asleep again as I struggle to get my mind and my body to cooperate with my will. It's like I'm trying to will myself to sober up. Another me is sober, but my mind and body have not yet caught up. I slide over the back seat and I lie down on the floor immediately behind the driver's seat. There is a metal bar that runs across the back of the front seat of the car, but with enough crawl space underneath. I press my face to it. It's cool and welcoming. I wait for the driver to open any of the car doors. I have no idea where he is. I fall asleep again. I slowly wake up again to the smell of cigarette smoke. I know he's near, but I don't know where. Suddenly, the boot opens. I'm not a petite female by any means. I'm 5'8", 85 kilograms in weight. Somehow, I crawl, slither into the front seats. The next door that opens is the back door, and that slams shut too. I slip my legs back under the bar and slither back onto the floor behind the driver's seat again, just as the front door opens. I can't open my eyes or lift my head, because if I do, everything will start spinning, and I'll need to throw up again. Suddenly, the driver's door opens, and I hear the sound of a metal baseball bat getting pulled out from somewhere near my head, and the door slamming shut. The driver's door opens again, and music starts blaring very loudly from inside the car. Suddenly, the body of the car starts getting whacked loudly by the baseball bat. There are loud thumps around the car, and they keep going around and around the car. They stop. After a while, the driver's door opens and the music stops. My ears are ringing. I realize the driver's door has not closed again, nor has the car sunk with the weight of someone getting into the car. Suddenly, the boot opens again. I somehow slither back into the front, but this time, I slide halfway out the driver's door, which is still open. As I slowly slide under the car, I hear the back door on the passenger side open. I slide under the car, out of breath, breathing in dirt, dust, and soil. I swallow some. I'm stuck between two wheels, under a car, eating dirt, dizzy as hell. Once again, I have to remind myself to stay awake. I slowly pull myself forward. My arms hurt. My face is being dragged through the dirt, and I realize I have somehow lost my shoes. I want to stay under the car forever and just sleep. But the other me keeps yelling for my body and my mind to match my will. So I keep sliding forward. As I get to the front, I get stuck. There's no more space. As I stretch my arms forward, the car engine starts. I hear the driver door slam. I suddenly have this burst of energy where I scurry and slither to the right and come out near the front passenger door. I keep slithering forward and find the earth in front of me giving way to nothing. I keep moving forward and slide into a ditch hole. I slide forward. I feel the earth get harder and start to rise again. So I slide back in the ditch. The car is still there, and the music comes on again. I hear whacks on the side of the car. I hear whacks on the ground. I hear the baseball bat thrown to the ground. Suddenly, I hear my phone ring. I hear him mutter in a language I don't understand. I hear him whack something hard with the baseball bat. It makes a pinging sound. My phone stops ringing. I hear him grunting and stomping, and I hear him whacking things. Suddenly, the vehicle revs its engine. The door slams, and it moves. It reverses and goes away. I peer over the dirt back to where I came from, and I can't see anything. I can't focus on anything. My eyes are still swinging wildly. I close them again. I realize I need to move along the ditch to the left, as that's where I saw a row of lights. I still hear the music. Even though far, it's not going anywhere. It's still playing in the distance somewhere. I start dry heaving again. My mouth is dry, tastes terrible. My breath stinks. I get up to walk. I fall down. I'm facing my left before the hard, pebbly rise of the ditch is on my right now. I touch it, support myself. I focus on the feel of the pebbles as I walk towards the row of lights. Suddenly, the music is back, loud. I sit down and I lean my back against the hard feel of pebbles and open my eyes and focus on the lights coming towards me. But they move past from my right to my left. I watch it swing in behind a thin row of shrubs on my left. I hear him get out, whack his way towards where I am. I throw myself back into the dirt. The whacking stops. The door slams. The music goes back to where it came from. I keep moving along the ditch, the rise to my right, and the music constantly keeps moving back and forth on my left. I eventually can walk without being pulled to my left and falling over. My eyes are finally staying open longer. My mind starts telling me that it's safer for me with this person I know than me heading towards some unknown. I don't know how many times I believed he was looking for me to take me home, to save me. I was just too exhausted to walk towards the music and the light, so I just kept stumbling along. Suddenly, the music left for good. The sky was becoming gray. I started shivering. I sat down, shivering, and fell asleep. I woke up cold, wet, and could see. I looked around and realized I was in a field or forest with trees and shrubs and a dirt road that ran along where I was facing. I slowly got up and started shivering again, and I started to climb the rise. It got slippery as the pebbles slipped under my feet. Suddenly, I felt fear, deep fear. I panicked and clambered, screaming and crying up the slope. I got to the top and realized I was on train tracks. I quickly crossed over and went down the other side. I was so scared, so scared of being found and picked up by this person again. I kept walking. How long? I don't know. All the while, my mind would jump between listening with paranoia to my surroundings, then trying to recall every little detail of the night. I realized my handbag, car keys, details of where I lived, everything were most likely in his car. All I knew of him was his name, Francis. My mind went blank. I just walked, penniless, without ID and shoes, and guess what? Stinking of piss and shit. Suddenly, In front of me was a collection of houses. I waited in the bushes for some time, scared shitless of all people, sure that they would hand me back to the person who did this to me. It took me a while to approach this lady who did not ask questions, but allowed me to call my sister to come pick me up. She allowed me to wash my face and wait in her house until my sister arrived. She never asked anything. I was thirsty as hell, but water just tasted horrible. My sister arrived, pissed as fuck. She wanted to know what happened. She wanted me to go to the police. I told her I was exhausted. She told me I stank. She asked about my car. I lied, said that it had been stolen, purse and all. I could hardly speak. I asked if I could sleep at her house. I had a shower. I drank a cold beer in 3 gulps. No idea why I wanted a beer. And I went to bed. I woke up that night, called my mother, told her I wouldn't be visiting anymore. I felt terrible, emotionally, physically. I felt so hungover and exhausted. I slept for 3 days. My sister kept asking what happened until she gave up. We never really speak of that time. I don't think we ever will. I picked up my car from the hospital car park a month later. No parking fees, thank goodness. I filed a police report, but other than that, I never told anyone. My best friend and her husband moved me out of my place, back in with my mom a week later. I resigned from my job. This happened in 1993, and this is the first time that I've spoken of it. I still feel fear, but not as bad. It's when I ask myself, what if? That's when I go numb. I got into a lift car, like I had numerous times before. After the car started moving, I noticed the driver turned in the wrong direction, but thought that he was just going to take an alternate route. Quickly, I saw that this wasn't the case, and I spoke up. "Excuse me, I think you're going the wrong way." He replied, "Oh, really? Sorry, my GPS is messed up." He poked around at the smartphone attached to his dashboard, which I noticed was now off. That's when the "oh shit, this is how you die" feeling kicked in. I was sitting in the passenger seat, so I tried to act calm and discreet as I reached into my bag to make sure my phone and keys were in reach. Nonchalantly as possible, I said, "Oh, no problem. Just make a right here and take Main Street back towards Pleasant City." He argued with me briefly, but then turned in the right direction. I sighed with relief. Maybe the danger was all in my head. Then he spoke up again. He seemed like a decent, morally upright young woman. "Sammy, can I ask you for some advice about a problem I have?" I stiffened in my seat, but nodded. What else was there to say? He proceeded to tell me about a relative he was quote-unquote worried about, who was involved in prostitution. This quote-unquote bitch needed his help, and all he wanted in the world was to quote-unquote save her. But she refused to tell him her address. Shocker, I know. If only I had her address. I don't care what she says, I'd go there and kidnap her for her own good. The driver proceeded to get more and more worked up, cursing and yelling, while exit strategies were rushing through my head. You know what the problem is? This bitch is fucking possessed by Satan. It's the only explanation, not like you. You can tell from looking at a woman if they're morally upright or not. He looked meaningfully at me, while I shrunk inwardly. Glad at least that moment that there was no sign on my head reading "proud sex worker," which I am. Fixing his gaze directly at me while still driving, he posed a question. I felt at that moment that my response would determine his next course of action. "Sammy, is it so wrong for me to want to help this girl? Should I just say, fuck it, and let someone I love ruin her life? Or should I keep trying even though she keeps telling me to get out of her life?" I wanted to tell him he was being a psycho, and it was obvious why she didn't want his help. But instead, I said something like, "It's really, really good that you care so much about her. That's not wrong. But you can't help anyone that doesn't want it. That's not your fault." I don't know if he could tell, but I was trembling. By this point, he was very close to my home. He seemed to calm down, but I'd had the distinct feeling that I'd narrowly avoided disaster. As he pulled up to my place, he said without a smile, "You're a smart girl, Sammy. I'll think on your advice." I got the fuck out of that car and went inside, very relieved to be home, but also cursing myself for using my home address. For that reason, I was afraid to even leave any kind of feedback. I deleted Lyft and never heard from him again. There was this road that I used to bike down all the time. It was quiet, lined with trees, and stretched out just far enough from town that it felt like a nice escape. Peaceful, even. I'd take it whenever I visited my ex's parents' house. Just a long stretch of pavement cutting through the countryside. Nothing remarkable about it. At least that's what I thought. It was a regular afternoon, broad daylight, when I was walking through the college town area heading back home. It wasn't packed, but it wasn't a deserted day either. People were going about their day, and I felt completely safe. A little bit later on my walk, a beige car slowed beside me. "Hey, need a ride?" I glanced over. The guy behind the wheel was leaning towards me, smiling a wide smile. Something about him made my stomach tighten. Not just the fact that a grown man was offering a ride to a girl walking alone, but the way that he was watching me, studying me. I didn't say a word, didn't shake my head, didn't acknowledge him at all. I just kept walking. For a second, I thought he was gone. But as I turned onto my destination street, I saw it. The same car. He had pulled ahead of me and was now turning onto my block, like he had already known where I was going. My pulse spiked, but I told myself it was a coincidence, just a stupid coincidence. Then he gunned the engine and swerved to cut me off. Before I could react, the driver's side door flew open. He was out of the car and coming towards me fast. I felt my whole body seize up. I didn't think, I didn't hesitate. I just ran. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps slamming against the pavement. I didn't dare look back. I just sprinted down the street, scanning wildly for help, for anyone. And then I saw, flashing red and blue lights a little further down the block, a cop had pulled someone over. I screamed. The second I started yelling for the police, the guy skidded to a stop. For one terrifying moment, I thought that he might lunge anyway, taking his chances. But then he turned, bolted back to his car, and sped off. By the time I reached the officer, gasping for breath, the car was already gone, disappearing around the corner. I tried to explain what had happened, but I could barely get the words out. The cop took a basic description, asked if I was okay, and then that was it. Nothing to do, nowhere to go from there. I didn't sleep that night. Days passed, then weeks. I tried to push it out of my mind. Maybe I overreacted. Maybe he was just some creep trying his luck. Maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought. And then the news broke. A man had been caught abducting and murdering women in town. They showed his mugshot, and my whole body went cold. It was him, the beige car, the too wide smile, the man who had tried to grab me in broad daylight. Then they show where he'd been dumping the bodies. That peaceful, quiet road, the one I used to bike down. I just stared at the screen, my stomach twisting into knots. That road, the one that I'd ridden on so many times without a second thought, was where he had disposed of the women he actually caught. And if that cop hadn't been there that day, I wouldn't be telling this story. This past summer, I was a counselor at a day camp. Aside from being a counselor, I was also a bus monitor. My job was to sit in front of the bus next to the driver and help the kids on and off the bus. The first couple of days of camp, I really enjoyed being a bus monitor. I got a ride there and back from camp, plus I got extra pay. But then it started getting creepy. The bus driver seemed okay at first. He was this older guy with a little hint of an accent. He would ask me weird questions, which, admittedly, I answered, because I thought wherever he came from, it was probably okay to ask these questions, and I didn't want to make him feel bad. On the first day of camp, he asked for my number. I thought nothing of it and gave it to him, figured it was for work. He would probably just want to call in the mornings when he got to my house. I was dead wrong. On the second day of camp, we passed a Dunkin' Donuts on the way back. Me, being the idiot that I am, just said nonchalantly, "Oh, I love Dunkin'." After we dropped off all the kids, he proceeded to go the opposite direction of my house. I asked him where he was going, and he said back to Dunkin'. I freaked out. I told him no, that he should just take me home. He wouldn't. I started asking more urgently. He wouldn't. I was screaming and on the verge of tears. I was begging for him to just please turn back. He wouldn't. I've just watched many shows in my lifetime, and I know what happens when creepy old men drive you away from a location, when they have control of you in their car. We were coming to a rolling stop. I pulled the doors of the bus open and I jumped out. I ran or walked 2 miles home, 90-degree weather, but it was well worth it. The next day, and the day after, he would bring me coffee from Dunkin'. Aside from the fact that I wouldn't trust it from him, I'm lactose intolerant, and I need almond milk. So I just got rid of it. Every day, he would act more and more creepy. The way that he would talk to me got worse. He'd make all these comments when I went to go help the kids off the bus about how sexy I am. Mind you, I was 14 at the time. That summer, my mental state was down the tubes. Every time I remembered I had to go back on the bus with him, I'd have a panic attack. I couldn't breathe. I never knew if he was going to do something to me. And you know the best part? No one believed me. I told my friends and the other counselors about the stuff that he did, and they thought it was totally normal. When he went upstate for the weekend and brought me back a pink watch, a pink flamingo keychain, and pink nail polish, do you know what they said? "That's so cute." Hell no. It was downright creepy, and I don't know why they didn't think so. This is an actual conversation we had via text. Him: "What are you doing? Are you alone?" Me: "I'm eating supper with my family." It was a lie, I just didn't want to talk to him. Him: "Okay, call me later." Him: "Are you awake?" Him: "Hello?" Him: "You should get WhatsApp. I use it to message the people I care about." I even showed these messages to people, and they still thought it was completely normal. I brought these messages to the director of the camp, and she still did nothing about it. I wasn't there the second half of the summer, but I heard that he still was. He should not be working anywhere near children, and I said as much. He should be in prison, behind bars. Even after the summer was over, he would still continue to call and text me. I was scared to block his number because he knew where I lived. Eventually, and luckily, after a few months of not answering, he stopped. Creepy bus driver whose name I won't mention, if you're reading this, fuck you. I'm a 30-year-old male who needs help breaking up with my girlfriend. I know that sounds awful, but hold your judgments until you hear my story. I honestly can't tell if there's something really wrong here, or if I'm blowing things out of proportion. Seriously, I need you guys to tell me which it is. Ashley is 28 and teaches first grade. Our first few dates were amazing, and we have a ton in common. I actually thought that I might marry this girl. God, that sounds scary to say now. We never actually planned or agreed to move in together, but she had an awful roommate. She stayed at my place more and more until one day, I found her credit card bill in my mail. I don't know when she changed her address. Ashley gets home earlier, so she's usually the one who checks it. I tried making a joke of it, like, does this mean we officially live together? But then she pointed out that it had been over 6 weeks since she slept at her apartment, and how I had specifically helped her pack a few bags myself because I was, quote-unquote, tired of dealing with her roommate every time she needed something. I mean, we had a real conversation about it, and she had genuinely valid points. All of those things were true. What did I expect? I should clarify, it was 6 weeks since she had slept in her own bed, but we had been seeing each other for almost 3 months total. I know that's not that much better, but it's something. Time really has a way of moving when things are good, and I promise, they were great. I already thought I was in love with her. By the end of the moving in conversation, I was nervous for all the same reasons you're probably thinking now, but at the same time, I felt really good about our chances. I've had other girlfriends, but none of them made me feel like this. Over the next few weeks, I began noticing more changes around the house, but that's normal, right? If she's going to live there too, I want her to feel like the space is equally hers. I guess I just imagined it would be something that we did together, but I never lived with a woman before. It's not like the changes were even bad, and when I told my friends, they acted like it was the most normal thing in the world. Maybe that part is, but I want to include everything so you guys have the full picture. I think our 6-month anniversary is the first time I experienced a for sure red flag versus the previous issues where I felt things could be largely my fault. I didn't know that half-year anniversaries were even a thing, but I came home to find a romantic candlelit dinner. She'd made my favorite meal, and I thought it was just a sweet surprise until we finished eating. And then she pulled a gift bag out of the closet, and I asked, "What's the occasion?" I was so focused on opening the gift that I didn't immediately see the change in her face. It was an extremely thoughtful present. I still can't believe she remembered a set of tools that I talked about once. But when I leaned over to kiss her, she pulled away and said, "You don't know the occasion?" in a tone that clearly indicated I should. That was our first big fight. Not only had I forgotten our half-anniversary, I, quote-unquote, didn't even care. I was only trying to convey that I didn't understand, not that I didn't care. It felt like she wasn't even hearing my actual words. But I should clarify, I'm not sure if fight is the right word. It was definitely a big something, only I wouldn't describe her as angry so much as heartbroken. And that's how every argument is, whether I leave the toilet seat up or take too long returning a call. I know heartbroken sounds like a strong word, but I don't know what else to call it. She cries like someone has died. There are times that I think she's going to throw up and pass out. It takes hours to calm her down, and only after super intense conversation, one of those bare your soul talks, do the arguments finally end. Then her face will be swollen the rest of the night. I'm always terrified that someone's going to think I hit her. After the anniversary fight, I walked on eggshells for the next few days, and everything went back to normal. If anything, we were closer than ever. I don't want to spill her life story on the internet, but she's had a traumatic childhood that left her with severe abandonment issues. We all carry our burdens, and it seemed like the simplest thing in the world to be a little more mindful of special occasions, especially since she's so good to me. Even though she also works full-time, she still does all the cooking, 90% of the cleaning. I can't remember the last time I had to do my own laundry, and she sews. But then there's things like when my friends wanted me to come on a weekend camping trip. Trevor was getting married, and he wanted a weekend of nostalgia instead of a bachelor party. I wasn't about to deny him that. I didn't even consider the possibility that my going would upset Ashley. We were in bed when I read Trevor's message, so I began telling her all about him and the camping trips that we'd take as kids. She seemed genuinely interested until I got to the part about going away for the weekend. Then, just like the anniversary, a switch flipped, and she went from laying on my chest to nearly falling off the bed. She wouldn't even look at me. We fought about it for most of the night. At first, she didn't want me to go at all. Then she wanted to come with me. And I actually had to explain why I would be the biggest asshole in the world if I brought her. She felt that I was choosing my best friend over her, and we had to agree to disagree on that front. If it had been a regular camping trip, I would have declined the invitation and stayed home, but it was literally the one thing my best friend wanted for his wedding. Ashley threatened to leave me, and I had to promise that I would never go camping again to ensure that she would still be there when I came home. That was probably a mistake, but I felt so bad seeing her cry like that. Her eyes do this weird vibrating thing, and it always freaks me out. When I see that, I know any chance of logical conversation is gone out the window. Those fights always end with me caving to whatever she wants, and then she apologizes with a story from her childhood that seems to make it all sound completely reasonable. Feels like I'm losing my mind. Things were a little rocky after the camping trip, and her mood will change even now if someone brings it up, but still, there's just so many positives, right? The next major fight happened after a storm damaged my parents' front porch. Dad wanted me to help replace the roof, and his insurance company was even paying us for the work. Yet, Ashley was furious because she wanted me to binge watch a new show with her. This was the first time I didn't feel guilty when she cried. I was too angry. When she saw that I wouldn't back down, she decided to come with me instead. I didn't see any reason not to let her. I thought it would be nice for my parents to get to know her better. She sees my dad semi-regularly because of work, but they don't exactly have meaningful conversations there. She's only met my mom twice, and those were very brief intervals. I expected Ashley to stay inside while Dad and I worked, but she tried to stay with us instead. Dad was getting annoyed even faster than me, so I texted Mom an SOS. A few minutes later, she was asking Ashley for help with lunch. Everything seemed fine when we ate, and Mom was able to keep Ashley inside while we finished the roof. We stayed for maybe 20 minutes after the cleanup, and everyone still seemed like they were getting along. If it hadn't been for the conversation that came afterward, I would have never suspected anything was off. As soon as we left, Ashley began to jokingly discuss how I had one of those mothers who was jealous of their son's girlfriend. This really took me by surprise because that just couldn't be further from the truth. My mom couldn't care less about my dating life. I'm sure if I got married, she would take greater interest, but I hadn't told her much about my relationship with Ashley. I wasn't even upset, just confused at how she came to that conclusion. Hell, if I tried to talk to my mom every day, she'd be rejecting my calls inside the first week. Ashley used progressively ridiculous arguments, starting with how Mom came outside to quote-unquote drag her away from me, until I finally became annoyed, and I told her the real reason. That was a mistake. We had our biggest fight yet, but once it was finally over, I thought that was the end of it. Then Mom called that Monday to say that Ashley seemed a bit unstable. She had told a few embarrassing stories from my childhood, thinking that it would be an easy icebreaker, but Ashley responded to each one with her own story about me, like it was some kind of competition. The whole thing gives me a headache. For my mom to actually say something about my girlfriend, I knew it definitely wasn't just me at this point, but I still didn't know what to do about it. That same evening, I came home to a steak dinner, and without even telling her I spoke to my mom. She apologized for the night before and blamed it on that time of the month. At heart, I'm a coward, so I let life resume as normal, until I found a jar of toenail clippings hidden beneath the bed. This is what finally prompted my post. They were definitely mine. I mean, either way, gross, but okay, look, I'm a disgusting guy who leaves my toenail clippings lying around, and I just assume that she's vacuuming them up when cleaning. Fuck me, I get it. But she had to have been collecting them the whole time that we've been together. It was a lot. I bypassed the snooping fight entirely by telling her that one of my golf balls rolled under the bed, and her face was pale before I even finished my sentence. I tried to ask, "Why are my toenails in a jar?" with as little judgment as possible, but I challenge you to say that with a straight face. For a few seconds, we stared at each other in silence. I thought she was going to have a panic attack. Then her face instantly calmed, and she explained that they were for some kind of prank. That I wasn't supposed to find them yet. I'm not sure what I could have said to that. Apparently, the whole idea was to film your partner's reaction to learning they had a jar of your toenails. I guess I just don't get it. To me, it seemed like she came up with that on the spot. But how was I supposed to press the issue without sounding like a lunatic myself? Instead, I pretended to be relieved and walked back into the bedroom, where I promptly flushed the clippings down the toilet. I don't believe in any kind of hocus-pocus stuff, but I don't know. That's just creepy. I'm lucky I did it so fast, too. Not 5 seconds after they were gone, she came into the bedroom, asking what I had done with them. When I told her, a look of complete fury flashed over her face. Then it was gone. She tried to act like it wasn't a big deal, and I pretended to believe her. But it was clearly a very huge deal. So, what do you guys think? Is this sad and desperate, or scary and dangerous? Because I'll tell you, I'm feeling a healthy dose of both right now. Update. Wow, I really didn't expect so many responses. Thank you all so much for taking the time to read my story. I know that it was a long one. I still haven't made it through all of the comments, but I've read enough to know that you're right. Regardless of her intentions, the relationship isn't working out. We could both be happier with other people, so I'm going to end it this weekend. I'll update you all once it's done. Thanks again. Update. Hi everyone, me again. I'm sorry that it's taken over a month for me to post this and that I haven't responded to any of your messages. For all the support many of you have shown, some comments were a bit harder to swallow than others. I'm still in a fragile state, so I can't honestly say how long this post will stay up either, but I'd like to get this out while I can and update those of you who have been so helpful. The original post was uploaded before work on a Friday morning, and by that night, so many of you had opened my eyes that I knew I had to end the relationship. The breakup itself was awful. We both cried through the night, just talking everything through, except the toenails. Neither one of us was anxious to revisit that topic. She begged me for a second chance, said all the things you guys guessed that she would say. Things like how she couldn't survive without me, and I was the only good thing in her life. When she finally accepted none of those were going to work, she changed tactics. Then it became all about how I couldn't survive without her, and how no one would ever love me, not like her. That's just the tip of the iceberg. I've seen people behave this way in movies, but never in real life. Since she, quote-unquote, didn't have anywhere to go, I offered to stay with my parents for a couple of weeks while she made other arrangements. I didn't want anything to be harder than it had to be. I was angry and hurt about everything in general, but not spiteful. Part of me still loved her, and I truly wanted her to be okay. Well, the very first night I was away, Ashley's mom called, and it's relevant to know that her parents live about 12 hours away in another state. Before I could finish saying hello, she began screaming. She thought I physically forced her daughter out of my house, and she was calling to inform me that was illegal. When she finally let me speak, I told her everything. I never wanted to embarrass Ashley. I didn't even tell my friends about the toenails. I just wanted us to move on with our lives. But if she was going to tell stories like that, I was damn sure setting the record straight. I started by switching the call to FaceTime so she could see my parents sitting in the background, fully ready to corroborate my story. and her face turned to one of actual fear. I actually heard her mutter, "Not again," after a defeated sigh. She was quick to apologize and explained that Ashley had called insisting that they both needed to come down now because she couldn't even get her car keys out of my house. I was so angry that I told her mom why we really broke up, all of it, right down to the toenails. The silence was palpable. I had to make sure that the call hadn't dropped. Then I heard her tell her husband she was saving toenails again. And she sounded frightened. I had to know what she'd been planning to use them for. Had to. Apparently, Ashley had been known to dabble in the occult. She'd tried various potions, spells, curses, you name it. Her parents weren't sure what she planned to do with them, but the last time they caught her saving toenails was her senior year of high school. Her mother discovered the hoard at the bottom of her sock drawer, and Ashley tried to play it off as a joke. But when they were thrown out, she lost her mind. Her mom said it sounded like she believed those clippings were the only thing holding her relationship together, but none of it was making much sense. To make matters worse, her high school sweetheart dumped her the next day, and she never stopped blaming her mother. She couldn't be convinced that the two events were unrelated. Altogether, I talked to her mom for over an hour while deciding the best way to proceed. We wanted to do things as gently as possible, so we agreed to pretend our conversation hadn't happened. Calling Ashley out on her lies would only make things worse, and none of us really knew what she might do all alone. I also began to worry about the fact that she was in my house. What if she started destroying everything? For that reason, I agreed to return home and sleep on the couch. Her parents were going to rent a U-Haul in the morning and drive down with her brother and his two friends. Then, she'd be able to stay with her family while she got the help she needed. We all felt really good about the plan. At least I thought we did. It turns out her brother is only 17, pretty inattentive, and extremely gullible. He would later swear that he didn't understand it was a secret, but regardless of his motives or intentions, he spilled the beans. Not only that, he spilled the beans without telling anyone. When I got home, Ashley welcomed me with open arms. I said I wasn't ready to sleep in the same bed, but that I had time to calm down and I wanted to continue our conversation in the morning. She quickly agreed and offered me some leftover pasta she had made. I didn't want to risk upsetting her over something so small, and I actually was starving, so I ate it. Not long after, I suddenly felt very sleepy. And the last thing I remember before passing out is a look of triumph spreading across Ashley's face. I woke up in the hospital. My throat and my chest were on fire, and every breath made it worse. I then learned that after passing out, Ashley managed to drag me into bed before removing all of the smoke alarms and throwing a lit match onto the couch. She then took a handful of the same drugs that were in my food and crawled into bed where we were supposed to die together. The only reason we survived was because my neighbor and I happened to be very close. He and his partner drug Ashley and I out of the house while their 15-year-old called the fire department. My house was completely ruined. I'm still dealing with the insurance company and Ashley's parents. They had to move her to a mental institution. Right now, it's still being determined if she's legally competent to handle a trial or something like that. Honestly, I've been letting my parents do all of the talking when it comes to that stuff. They give me the updates later and ask if I want to contest or push for certain things, but right now, I still don't know what I want, except to heal. I want to sleep without having nightmares. I want to eat without wondering if something's been put in my food. But as far as Ashley goes, God, I just don't know. Maybe that's why I finally came back here, because I'm stuck again. I really don't know. I only know that I've been writing for over an hour, and I'm tired. I guess I'm just gonna hit the post button and see what happens. Thanks for sticking around.